so I'll make everybody else suffer as well. This is basically, all over but the shouting. I mean, in theory, Pete can close his board, so there's still some, he can close his board and catch a shot. It requires, some sort of prestidigitation to make it happen. There may be more of Ray's favorite peanut butter.
Yeah, he needs to come off the 23 point.
Yeah. Maybe more of Ray's favorite peanut butter here. Yeah.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
Yeah, no, this is that the bots play. Yeah, come out, relinquish one of the anchors and try to, if you hold on to both the anchors, you're going to end up with 4 men back and 11 men on your ace and deuce point. And those are very, very hard to win. Borderline impossible. I mean, both are very hard to win. It's this silly fine print now. I could see it when it filled my screen, but I can't see the numbers now. Well, now the number that's key is Oliver not wasting any precious seconds. But even if Oliver gets a play slightly wrong for the next roll or two, it's just going to be tiny. Bring his checkers home and then start bearing them off. There's not a lot to think about. Do we hit? Do we not hit? May not make much of a difference, but I think the answer is probably don't hit. I mean, it would be nice to. This is crunchy. It's already arguably crunchy, and this is going to get crunchier. What are you hoping for? What's Pete hoping for here? If he makes this play, he's hoping to roll a 6 next turn. But he already rolled the 6. So it's sort of
to say, but it's not. It's illogical not to. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, no. Yeah. It's just. In right away is probably a bad thing because now we're stuck again. I don't think you should hit anything. Let them come around and crunch. What's the roll? Is that a 3-2? He can't get there with a 3-2. That's a legal play. A legal play. 6-4 is big. And it might you just hang on to all of it. 6-6 becomes his worst roll as opposed to his best. And there goes now we can no longer legally close our board. Best to hit our shot right away. No shot there. Now we want like a 6-1. Buy is okay. 3-1. Hung on to everything. Okay, we need a 5 up. 6-5, 5-4. Double 6. Well, double 3 releases us. Get one out. Very important to get one out, and he did not.
Boo.
4 in a row is more than you may think. And it's it's going to be hard to find a way for Pete to win this, but he still has to try. So bring the blot around to cover the 4 point. Oliver getting checkers off is huge. The more checkers you get off, the harder it is to lose. His plays are going to be almost forced anyway. Home we come. Yeah, it's I think you got to self-immolate here. You got to get the double shot. You got to hit 2 blots.
Yeah. I wouldn't have.
Yeah. You got to self-immolate. You blow yourself up and to give you the slim chance.
The only way you
picking 2 checkers.
Yeah, exactly. You got to hit both of them. You've got to wait for the 3-2, 4-2, 5-2.
Right.
Sorry, 5-3, 5-3, 4-3.
Yeah, 5-3, 4-3, 6-3.
Yeah.
So there are numbers here. If you can catch 2 blots, you got a real chance. Well, that's one. That's one. If you catch one, it's going to be hard to catch another. But the good time to roll a 2. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Go there. Wait, hold on.
Where to get to?
On the 4 point.
It does.
What?
Where's he? He's ended up so one, do it slowly, two, three.
He keeps playing. He keeps
Yeah,
playing.
he keeps playing a,
like an elite. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, look, we've got our full screen again. Thank you.
No, it's good to know like that you can still pick up on misplays because that's one way you can lose when you're playing is
Right. Oh, look, 2-1. Oh, there is no 2-1. That's it. If you could have had a 2-1, then we could have the coup classique, but it was not to be. Wow.
You're too quick. You're too good and too quick.
All right.
What around for the next one?
I don't know what the.
I don't either.
I don't know what the time. I mean, I've got the time. I don't know how long. I don't know how long it'll be before they get us another match. That we may have to wait for. We may have to wait quite a while. We need
quite
input
early for you. It must be quite early for you.
It's 9:32 a.m. Okay. I'm outside of Washington D.C.
Normally early.
Yeah, this is and all the action started. It was dark 100 here. I wasn't getting up that early.
Yeah, so you missed the first match was Seb and Pete, Seb Wilkinson, and then the second match.
Yeah, that would have been fun to see.
Oh my god! And the second match was.
Well, look, it's as long as it's all Brits. I mean, it's fun, but I want to see somebody else play. I want to see somebody else
another
play.
Two backgammon players. They were backgammon players. You'd know the names if I told you.
Well, I might not. Okay, where's my? Somebody give us some input on what's coming next and when. I don't. There's only so much time I can fill.
Tim Cross played Thomas Murr. That was it.
Oh, okay. And do you know how the play works? I mean, once do they wait for the entire round to finish before they put up another pairing, or is it predetermined who plays who each round? Are there Swiss pairings, or is it basically predetermined random pairings for 12 rounds? I don't know how that works.
I think he's already done the draw, but I'm not sure.
The draw for all 12 rounds? Or is it random draw for the first so many, and then
could be
leaders play leaders for the later ones? I didn't see anywhere. I mean, I found explanations of the format of the tournament. I mean, we know after 12 rounds, the top 6 were 1 point for a win and 1 point for a PR. The top 6 advance, and then among the remaining 16 players, the top 2 average PRs advance to give us our final 8 or semifinals, and then they play, knockout. I'm not sure what's considered a knockout, but that's in the rules somewhere. How many points they have to earn before they've knocked their opponent out? I don't think it's like a single match. I think it's a race to 5 points or something like that. And then the eventual winner is one of the final 4 qualifiers in Monte Carlo, and the winner of that plays too many Zeds for the championship later in
so the 3 qualifiers
in Prague.
Michi, Mark Olsen, and
Hideaki Ueda.
Yeah.
Who won the Tokyo thing with a modest 2.37 PR. I couldn't find Mark's PR, but I didn't look terribly deeply. There was a little bit of fun in San Antonio where Frank Frigo is playing Michi, and in the final, and it came down to the final match, and Frank had to win both the match and the PR by an enormous amount, and the only way to win the PR by an enormous amount meant getting into some horribly convoluted, everybody's got 10 checkers back type game. Very hard for anybody to play well, but trying to find a position where his PR was 20 better than, or 200 better. I forget what units people use these days. I think of it as 20 better. I mean, if your PR is 2.37, that's not 23.7 or whatever. That's 2.37, and I think Frank needed to somehow get Michi's PR from 2.4 up to 30, and that it just doesn't happen. So Frank started by opening 4-1 or whatever, slot is 5 point and is 4 point, and mayhem ensued, which didn't result in anything good, but was sort of fun to watch. Okay, is this what we're going to get? Is this, are they, I've lost track of what round we're at. Are we just getting another match from the same round that's been moved under the stream? Or is this a brand new round? Still says UBC round 4.
It does. I tried to find the, I've forgotten what the website was.
Oh, I've got it here somewhere. It's called,
I got backgammon.
backgammondata.com, and then look for tournaments, and then look for UBC. It'll all flow if you get to backgammondata.com. Let me see if I can find my way out of here, which I probably can't because I don't know how to work my own computer. Find my way out of here, back into the exit full screen. Let's see what that does. Well, that does absolutely nothing for me. I don't want to leave. Oh, I see what I can do. I can go down here. And here you want backgammondata.com/tournament/Stockholm-2026. I can update this web page. Backgammon data, loading tournament. What's this show? This shows
22.
Some of the PRs, the same ones they were earlier. There's round 1, round 3.
How did you get onto the actual?
Well, this says
what's the participants or the.
Oh, okay. Let me back out of this if I can, and then try to get back in, and hopefully get back to it. It's UBC backgammondata.com/tournament/Stockholm-2026. But how did I get here? Let me back out and see what happens. Oops, it's not backing. Okay, how about home? Okay, here I am at backgammondata.com. Match analysis fitted by hand is at the opening screen. Cameras, matches. Up at the top, there's some choices, services, UBC Stockholm. Let's try UBC Stockholm. UBC Stockholm, UBC Contender Stockholm, a bunch of stuff here. Where does it give me more information? It doesn't. So that's not where I want to be. Back that up. So instead of UBC, you're right. I've gotten out. Now I got to get back in.
Yeah, I had it before, but I can't find it.
Tournaments, UBC Stockholm registering. What if I go there? Ah, there it is. You follow a path where somewhere your choice is UBC Contender Stockholm registering, and that gets you to the standings and everything. So let me see if I can back up one more step. I was in.
Anyway, I think they've started.
Oh, okay. So I can. Oops. Oh, yes, they have. All right, there's old Paul Moulton doing his thing. Ibrahim Karaka, whom I do not know. And we're off and running. This is presumably round 4. It says round 4. Somebody played 5-1, then 5-3, and now we got a 6-3, and who knows what to do.
Yeah.
All right. I think just run away. There's no, the fancy plays don't really work here, so off you go. This is these positions with the checker out there on the 14 point are not as stiff and funny looking as they at first appear. And here, I think, as much as you want to generate some action by splitting your back checkers, I think the 7 point is very likely called for. And this is a great shot. And I'm not sure there's anything tricky. Yeah, don't touch that thing. I said the checker on the 14 point is not really even that big a liability. I think making both points must be right, and probably by a wide margin. I think you should put the checker on the 14 point back. This is an old style This is old style thought process, which is no good. He may, if he stops and see, he fell into a trap which he needn't fall into. He was so sure he wanted to safe that checker on the 14 that he missed the forest for the trees.
You've got to think about where your checkers are going for the next upcoming rolls, and the checkers on the 3-point had a great place to go, and now they might or might not, but it's unlikely that you're going to unstack 3 checkers into good places. So that's
right, and
the opportunity cost is so high of not using 2 threes to
make your 3-point. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And see, the checker on the 14-point actually protects against rolls like this. This is no longer a viable play if you've got a 3-point home board and the checker on the 14-point. Yes, it's a blot that can be hit, but it's also covering the outfield, so it's not a complete liability there. But that's go back and look at it. I will wager that it was a fairly major error not to make the 3-point, and he fell into it by seeing, oh look, I can get my blots safe, and that's the wrong mindset. And I think computers have helped with that, as well as experience. Lots of experience in the old pre-computer days, taught us that building that strong home board was huge, and it's some expense. It works. This was also some question. Now what do we got? Double twos is this may be right just to build the blockade. Don't look at anything tricky. I mean, well, you can't safe. Good news, you can't safe the blot on the 14. Just you can bring builders to make the 5, or you can make the 5, and I'll warrant it's not close. I mean, I think he should make both the 5 and the 4. And what's here? We've got computer analysis, which says, well, it's somewhat close, but it's wrong to make a positional play. Just go ahead and build your board.
Yeah, well, the problem is that you're going to get hit with 2s, and you need a strong board to withstand that. If you get returns, you want to have the 4-point board rather than the 3-point board.
Right, and generally speaking,
1, 6, 4, 3.
Generally speaking, you'd rather have your 5-point than your 7-point here. I mean, for the
yeah.
Well, that's
now you make the 5.
One of his very best rolls. He must have the 5-point. Now what's going on with the the Q? I'm not 100% sure which side's winning, having gotten our 5-point back.
My exactly same thought. It's like pretty even.
This is saying Ibrahim's got big. Ooh, well, that's not gonna help. Yeah, that's a prime, but it's also 11 pips. We got to watch the timing here, and it's all about. It takes a little. It's surprising how soon the double might come. If you want to be behind in the race, which means the timing's going your way. If you don't get out, your opponent's going to crack first. Oh, look!
Look at this. What he has to do, because the timing is. Oh, he's looking at it as well, because the timing is so critical that he has to slot a point that it's important to make.
Yeah, this is going to be. Apparently this is going to be double take.
But he would have had the 3-point if he'd have played the double 3 correctly.
Yeah, I'll bet this is going to be double take. Where's our there? Here's our cube action double, and well really spotted. Good. Well spotted, nice cube. And as I said earlier, the double's going to come much sooner than an intermediate or a beginning player might think. I mean, it looks like this is a totally equal game, but it's not. Oh, and that blows it all up.
I mean, no. Okay, you can keep the prime. Oh God.
Yeah. But but doesn't mean you should keep the prime, because the whole game plan. Anyway. The whole game plan has changed. This is no longer a priming game.
No, you need to put him in the air.
This may be what we get to say here. We get to say nifty shifty. This may be a nifty shifty play. What's the bot say? Yeah, nifty shifty mean breaking up. And yeah, the analysis is it's It's right. And look at the second best play to give you an idea how right it is. The second best play is to hit and hit loose. So
Yeah,
now
that's what I would have
it's a
done. I
scramble.
didn't think about switching, but it's much safer to switch.
Oh yeah, because you've got this second blot to hit. Without the second blot here, the nifty shifty goes out the window. I mean, it went. This is a good time for both of them to take some time, which allows us to talk. Because I know this stuff. And Nifty Shifty is really, really cool and was grossly underrated before the bots came along and told us, no, you silly humans. Um, and now, well, I think you have to hit, and I think you keep it going. This is keep hitting him and letting him go while you wait to roll a 6. And this big edge to Paul. Yeah, it's got him at 76%. That's a big gain, and we really want a 6. If we don't roll a 6, we want to knock him out and pick and pass. And so we pick and pass again. I mean, the closer to home you get, the more you want to pick and pass and not stay put. And there's a weird thing that creeps in, and that's if you roll double 4s or double 5s twice, you want the 5s not to have to play. With 2 men on the bar, you could even conceivably lose your 5 point and still get your 6 and win the race. It's all about getting the 6 out without rolling too many 5s and 4s first. That's a 3 and a glare.
I wouldn't do that. It's a 3-1. I don't know why. So now you actually want, like you said, you want the checker closer so that you
don't blow up.
You don't want to be able to play your numbers other than a 6. So you want to kill them.
Yeah, that's right. It's kind of a weird. Again, it's a weird timing thing, but you want to be.
Yeah. So you want to bring the checker from the 10 point closer. I think still.
I do too. Yeah, 10 to 5. Get it out of.
You give double 4s are maximally playable. Okay, he rolls double 6 anyway. So.
Well, it doesn't hit anything. So now we really want a 6. Without a 6, the cube may come back the other way right away. It's not a 6. So now the first thing to think about is, stop and brush your hair back. Oops, I don't have any, which is what he did. I'll brush mine back. I'll scratch my head. The way for any level player, the first thing you think is, would I take this? Okay. And how would I like being doubled? What did the computer say? He rolled before I could.
Yeah, it was a redouble.
Yeah. Doesn't surprise me. I mean, it's
what I've learned recently, still learning even after all these is how important outfield control is. And not only was black behind a 5 prime, but white had absolute outfield control.
Right. I mean, even if you decided not to attack, if you didn't roll a joker which could attack, how big a deal is it just to split your back checkers and let your opponent do whatever he can? If he hops out with a 6, you send him back. If he doesn't hop out with a 6, his board crunches critically.
That's bizarre. Bizarrely, this is not. This is weaker.
Stockholm can't talk. We're live. We're live right now, so I gotta run. Bye. My apologies to everyone. Backgammon player wanting to know something, which, here we go. Now, this is sort of funny in a weird way. I think this is a weaker double than before. Right.
Why is that? Because black can't crack.
Well, most black can't crack. Or more importantly, white has a checker beyond his own 3 point. It's harder to clear. So there's a bluff. I think I think that was very, very close to the double, no double was very, very close. The take pass actually wasn't. It's just too. Black still has a 5 point board, and white has 3 checkers behind the key 4 point.
Yeah. Paul thinks that it was. Of course, he passed, which is a clue to what he was thinking. But just from his disposition, you can tell he's quite confident that was a big pass. But it's so interesting when you go back and look at the analysis, and then you see, it was a take. And you're thinking, I'm sure it was a pass.
Yeah, no, I've been there, either been there myself too many times or seen it too many times.
Yeah.
That again, if before we had the computers to really answer a lot of these questions, the human nature makes us pass too much. And so we would for decades, a lot of look, when I was first playing, everything was a double and everything was a pass. There was never a double take. And the best, even among the best players. Anyway, let's get on to this excitement. Right, no choice there. Now somebody wants to get an advanced anchor somewhere or start building home board points. I think we get an intermediate anchor and hit, or just take an advanced anchor. But the bots like to hit. So it's going to take again, going back to the old days, we'd routinely hit our opponent off our 5 point, but we're less prone to hit them off the 4 point, and we were never hitting them off the 3 point. And it turns out we were wrong all around. And this too is an old-fashioned play, which has been proved to be slightly wrong. And the analysis had it as very close, but the correct play was to come in with a 3 and hit them with the 4 off the 4 point. Particularly once you've already got 3 checkers back. Of course, the checker back isn't such a big deal. And now 5-1 is yuck. And I guess come out with a 5. You sort of want to lift that. If you're not lifting that 1, you want to hit with it. But when he's already got an anchor in front, there's no real gain in hitting on the 3 unless you're trying to recirculate a checker. So this sort of falls out as a semi-forced play. Now you really hate playing the 13 to 8, but you got no other 5. You don't want to give up your advanced anchor, so you're sort of forced to do that. Now we don't want to come in deep, so he's going to come out. There's no don't dump something behind him. Just zip on out of there. All those aces stacked up on the 8 and the 6, you kind of want to wait for a nice double 1s to come along, or maybe a double 3s to come along. Don't go putting them back behind deep in your home board until you have to. And Ibrahim's building a much nicer position. You can't run out; it's blocked, so you're sort of forced to make your 7. Running out with the other back man is pointless. Yeah, see this don't fall for the hit. I was about to say, and it's sort of unfortunate that the analysis comes up immediately before I get a chance to say what I was going to say.
No one believes us.
Yes, well.
No, but there's a thing that once you need to get. There was this thing. Mitchie wrote a book, and there was a concept called F13, which is that once you need 13 checkers together, and there were 12 until you brought that back man out and brought it to the mid. Now, if you count the checkers that are excluding the ones on the 21-point anchor, there are 13 again. So very important for the integrity of the position to have 13 checkers together.
Right. I actually saw Michi do a lecture on F13, but for the in-person lecture, he was complimenting BMW motor cars, and instead of calling it an F13, he called it an M13. And it was the same lecture about how important it was to make sure you've got 13 checkers on the front side, attacking side, before you advance too far.
And that was
being the owner of an M3 motor car, I thought it was hysterical.
That position would have been the first slide.
Right in there. You're right. That would be one of the first slides, and it was amazing how frequently, if you've got a tough play, use the F13, or it's still in my mind as an M13. Thinking of the BMWs, there is no M13 BMW, but there is an M3. I've used in some of the lectures. I've done a whole bunch of hidden whoppers lectures where players make routine plays, and it turns out good players make routine plays, and it turns out computer analysis shows them to be major blunders or whoppers. And I've even credited Michi in some cases where there's more than enough M13s out there to go, or F13s out there to go around. And that was one. You're right. That was one of the first slides you'd see. Meanwhile, after all the chatter, nothing's really happened. Oh, yeah. This is okay. This is a. It's not that hitting is bad. It's that giving up the midpoint is bad. That was the.
Yeah. It's a yeah.
That was
The game is kind of the whole game backgammon. You can almost reduce it into concepts, almost, but unfortunately, some are they're all conflicting in in lots of cases they conflict, but.
Right, with the double fives last time with the, are we priming or are we blitzing? Those are vastly different plays, and if you're stuck on one track, you're never going to see the other. And I don't. This is still a reasonably close game. The fact that Paul only has one back checker is a huge strength in his game. And Ibrahim's front checkers are a little bit overextended. So now, in the old days, we would not point on the ace. We would do something different, whether it's run all the way or bring two off the mid. But look at the computer analysis. It's got it upside down from what we used to do. I played with and learned to play from a lot of players back in the 1970s that and onto the early 1980s before I started publishing all this stuff so people could study it. Blitzing like this was considered insane. It's early in the game. Why would you put two checkers out of play on your ace point? This is impure and inconsistent with modern backgammon. And now, and these were smart people. These weren't incapable people. And now it's computers have shown quite the opposite. Against one checker back, it's much easier to close him out than it is to prime him. And also against one checker back, you can catch another one. Hit the first one. What's he going to do when he comes in? He's got to come in and play safe. I mean, this for younger players who learn playing with the bot, XG or whatever this new one is, the point play here becomes routine. For players who don't have that in their skill set, who have not learned the reference positions and the ideas, the tendency to not overextend and make the ace point takes hold, and you end up choosing between two down or running. And here we've got, I don't know what level, reasonably good analysis, and it shows, it's not a hyper blunder to, let's see, 21. Oh, look at it, both out. They're both out. I kind of like that. Both out is the second best play. And he hadn't even looked at that. And pointing on him is the best play. So the top two plays here would probably be not considered by players 50 years ago. Good players 50 years ago. I mean, they were smart guys studying, chess players, smart guys, bridge players studying backgammon.
Mm. So this is what you were trying to
turn my phone off.
Black escaping the
live online broadcasting, and we'll call you when there's a break. Yeah, bye.
Black escaping the rear checker.
Such a popular guy. All right, so he, as I was distracted, he did it, and Paul popped out. Is that what happened?
Yeah, he did.
What? Now we got to, where's our automated pip count? The problem here is the pip count's not. It may well be Ibrahim's ahead in the pip count. So
he's won. Black's 120, White's 115 after the roll. Oh no,
yeah,
Black's right. Black's 106. White's 106. Black's 129. Now 124.
All right, so Paul is losing the rate. Oh yeah. Here he is, bearing in against an anchor, but is losing the race and is negative equity. But it's very close. Oh, look at this ugly roll. I mean, before you make a play like this, you have to announce expert play and then stack a fifth checker on your 8 point. You so don't want to do that. I mean, he could be lured. He could be lured into either dumping behind or trying to be super cool and play 13 to 11, 6 to 3. But they're all wrong. The expert play is just to stack them up. expert
Now
play
he
being
reaches
said.
immediately. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
5-4 he can hit. Well, should he hit? No.
Well, I don't think so. He can try to hit him next turn, and the race is not the race. I think this play, and we'll try to catch him before he gets away. Otherwise, roll bigger and win the race. Where's the cube in all this? Well, it doesn't until Ibrahim escapes, it makes it into a race, or Paul builds more blocking points or inner board points. If Ibrahim's way ahead in the race, he can
94,
consider doubling.
I think it's a reasonable double. I think it's a take 94 110 because he's behind not only the blockade, but he's behind the 13 points as well. Okay, it is a small cube. So he should be 19 pips up now.
That's a lot. So let's see. Paul's best play may well be to cover and hit here, even though it's counterintuitive.
Yeah, again, he can't hit. Not from. Sometimes you have to, but not with a 5-point board. I don't think.
I mean, if you don't hit, can you? How do you stand?
You do hit. Oh no, it's not okay.
No, it's not right. It's not right. It's not wrong by a lot. If he could hit here without leaving the multiple.
It's conceptually right. It's conceptually right. I think it's the play that wins you the most games. So therefore, it's the play that you need to make. That's how I think it's a good approach to playing backgammon. It's to know what you need to do, and then modify whether or not on the basis of whether or not it's too dangerous.
Right, I agree completely. And here, if the hit could have been made from the 8-point instead of breaking the 7-point, it would have been the right play.
Little change would have made it. Yeah, would have made it. But he's going to be faced with.
He's going to be faced with the same thing. This very next roll.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, by looking at lots of these positions, the number of times it's right where if you hit and are not hit back, you've taken control.
Yeah, you just win the game on the spot.
Maybe. It's okay. So the tendency to hit is it's almost always right to hit. And look at this. Okay. Look at that. Not even close. You leave a double blot and all these shots, and it's not even close.
It was exactly what you said about keeping the bar point. So now, for example, if white rolls 1-6, black structure is almost winning. So the gain is really big.
Look how terrible it is to. And by the way, without experience and the bots, how do you prove the human nature would be just to play 13 to 8 and hang on? And now we got a very strong double. It almost doesn't matter what the race is. We're going to cover our 5-point and be threatening to build our 4-point, or do both in one roll. We double in it, and it's our opponent's problem. It's not ours.
This should be the emotional sense of why you hit, because after the hit, you only know this after playing multiple games, loads of games of backgammon, that after you hit, you're in such a strong position. And that's what makes it worth taking such a risk.
Okay, exactly. I mean, I played tons and tons of tournament backgammon. I used to play lots of high-stakes chouette backgammon too. And you hit here instantly.
And you feel good about it.
You feel good about it.
Either way, whether he takes or not.
You feel good about it.
Yeah.
And in reality, go back to what I learned literally 50 years ago, was before anybody knew anything, really. Kit Woolsey, still alive, still playing extraordinarily strong and well into his 80s, and he's still an extraordinarily strong player. But the Woolsey rule, going back to the club I learned to play in DC with Kit, was if you're thinking about doubling, first go over and look at it from your opponent's side. And if you're on your opponent's side and not saying, oh, this is an easy take, if you don't say, oh, this is an easy take, then you should be doubling. That's all there is to it. And this is not an easy take. So it was a double.
The first major book that made me, I would say, a decent player was New Ideas in Backgammon. I always remember it because of the orange cover. And it was just such a good book. I can't really convey what it was about it. It was just so nuanced and complex. I don't know if you remember it.
Remember the title? Who wrote it?
Oh, it was Kit.
Oh, yeah. Okay. No, the problem with New Ideas in Backgammon and Kit is we played gobs of backgammon together, talked about backgammon together, studied backgammon together. So anything in the book, Kit and I would have already talked about.
Right,
So
right. Well, I thought you might have
yeah,
just So
yeah,
that was the book. That was one of the books kind of revolutionized. It might have been just before Jellyfish came out, somewhere
right,
about that I bought the book. Not that wasn't when the book was published, obviously. That was much later than.
right.
Yeah. But it was like this idea that you can do this, you can do that. You're like, what?
Hey, Kit and I, but Kit was a big proponent in the very early days of experimenting with how to play a 5-2 or a 3-2. Kit was playing with, we liked unstacking the midpoint and unstacking the 6 point. We did that with all the ones. Or even 6-2, we'd unstack the midpoint and put it on the 5. And Kit started playing with using 5-2 and 3-2 to slot the 4 point.
Yeah.
And he gave it up after a while, correctly so. But he tried it for a while, just going with the theory of unstack your checkers and get them in play.
Maybe at 4-away, 2-away, I think you can do that. Play 13-8-6-4, but that might be wrong.
Oh, it's certainly a lot more fun. And I think we really are. Maybe if you're playing in the UBC, you're not allowed to have fun, but it's nice.
Yeah, when you said the word fun, I was like, fun? Backgammon's not fun.
Exactly.
Backgammon is like right or wrong.
Yeah, and cruel. It's not fun. Backgammon is the cruelest game. All right, what do we got going on here? Well, this is yeah, I guess we've seen enough. We've seen enough computer play, or there's few enough choices here that again, used to be the purists would say once you once you hit on the ace point, you're just slotting it. You want to wait and get it recycled. But computer analysis and the modern play is once you've made the ace point, cover it. And now we've got Paul's chances of winning this is blitzing. I think he's supposed to just he shouldn't leave a new blot, so he should either come out or bury a checker on his 2. And that's actually not all that close. Burying a checker on the 2, which is the human reaction, is right. A checker on the 2 is not entirely out of play. I mean, if you had to put that 4th checker on the 6 point somewhere, it would be probably the 3 point, but the 2 will do. But he's thinking the right idea. Is it right? Is it right to just try to get that blot home, or is the fact that you're exposing it to 24 shots or whatever the heck that is too much? So you lay back and try to run out next turn.
The score is not right. The score should be 4-0.
I can't even see the score.
3-0. Well, I can.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I can't. Maybe it's the screen I'm looking at. I can see the baffle box is blocking the score from where I am.
I don't know what that means. What do I? What we have to? I've just texted Mate just to tell him, but Ibrahim won that last.
Yeah, they should fix that. That's not a.
Paul won a point. I can't see this. I can see a 2.
Right, I can't see the other, and I don't know what the score is. I've been blathering away and haven't got the score registered, which I should have.
Yeah, same with me.
Paul certainly has some points, and I can't see the scoreboard to tell. Anyway, it's probably not a 0 because I don't see the curving out 0 over there. He's got some points over there, but I can't see what it is.
1.
1 is most likely because that would be most easily hidden. Oh, here we are again. Oh, it's a hit. That's easy. And fiddle around with, you want 3s to play well somewhere else. So this must be right just for the diversification of 3s. We need a 3. We can go bust quickly.
So unduplicate.
Right. That's purely diversification or unduplication. And there's that now Ibrahim's threatening to be in great shape quickly. And I think you gotta smite him.
And now now you're happy because you've got sixes to come out from the 24, fives to cover. So your checkers is
Oops, there go the sixes. But we don't have a fourth one, you'll notice. So he's got to decide. Does he want his bar point, or if he does this, there's no fourth one. So he's got to back it up and probably break the 10 point. It looked like a great shot. Well, it is a great shot, and this is not a 9, which would have been better. This maybe pop out with a 6. I think you got to get that guy out of there. And then the only question is, do you lift the blot or don't you, or what do you do? And the computer's saying lift the blot. I'm a little surprised because I probably would make the wrong. I would probably have made the wrong play here.
I would do this. I would never have considered, but
no, I would probably make the wrong play here. This is and it looks like it's not even close. Oh my goodness!
I would definitely come out. I definitely don't want to do that.
Oh, I agree with that completely. Also, but look, I also readily admit that, coming out's what you want to do before you roll. So you did it. So let's do it. Exactly. And then playing the 2, okay. I would do that. And honestly, I wouldn't give that much thought to what is apparently the right play. That'll require a little bit of post-mortem analysis and tweaking of the position to see just why burying a checker and leaving that ugly hole on your 3-point is actually right. I can see why this is wrong. I mean, hey, I know, F13.
Right.
Get that checker out of there.
I'm happy that I understand that this is wrong, but I'm very unclear. I'm trying to work out what is the deal with 3-1. I mean, I understand why you do it, but I'm
right. No, if I was putting this in one of my lectures, I would have a position which is slightly different to show the difference. And I don't see it right now. It would take some work. Oh dear. This just exploded. I think Nifty Shifty must be called for. And then you've only got one left. This is all but forced. Now you really want him to dance so you can reattack on the 3-point and then worry about getting those 4 back checkers around. It's not going to work. This is a losing proposition, and things have gone sideways, in and out. Or if you can make the 22-point or 22-point, do it.
Well, in and out. Well, in and in, and then out. In and stay, and then out. But it's still
right.
I'm assuming that it's 2-1 to. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's a quiz question. You don't know this. What's the score?
Yeah, yes, that's right. You got to. Yeah, you got
to derive the.
The missing number. I was just at anybody that gets anywhere near Manhattan for the next 5 weeks or something, go see Dr. Art Benjamin do that math show at Theater 555 in Manhattan. I was there Saturday night, and really, it's just so delightful. And it's Hall of Fame backgammon player Art Benjamin doing mathemagics, doing all kinds of tricks with math. And one of the tricks he does, it involves all kinds of multiplying of multi-digit answers. And then he'll ask the people who've done it all in their calculators, okay, give me 5 of the 6 digits in your answer. And the 5 digits are this, and this. And you say, okay, the missing digit is, and he's always right. And it seems impossible. But, he then later on explains how the math all works. But this is what's the missing digit,
Yes. Yeah. Well, I think maybe it's 3-1 actually after all that. So now it should be 5-1. But
yeah, this is hard to take unless you're desperate. Look at there's the data you need. There's 78% winning chances, 22% losing chances. But look at the gammons. This is it's easy for those of us who get ourselves in terrible positions and then try to win them. It's easy to see Black winning this. Black's not dead. He's got a 4-point board. All of his checkers are in play.
No.
There's too many gammons, and he doesn't quite win enough.
I think that Paul is looking at the position and seeing like two anchors. I think I might be. This is a bit harsh, but and looking at it a little bit sort of in a black and white way, and seeing the two anchors and thinking, oh, I'll just take.
Hey, look at this. This is not a. This look at what the best play here is. This it's all for the. It's all worry about the outfield. The great play. I mean, if you're taking this cube, you have to see making a play like that. You're not going to win staying back. This is a 1-4 front game. That's playing the front game. That's playing to contain the back checker. It turns out it's right. So nice play, Paul.
Yeah, really nice.
And it's consistent with his taking the. It's consistent with his taking the cube.
Look at this now.
He's got to see that. He's got to see the hit before he plays too many threes.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't have hit, but I mean, well, and maybe when you see you don't have a 4-3, but you could just play.
Yeah, I'm inclined to. I'd be tickled pink to hit, and then I wonder, is the second best play stacking it up, or is the second best play not hitting? And the second best play is apparently not hitting. So
he's playing 2 in from the 8-point, leaving 1s. No.
Wow, okay, where are we? Not. Yeah, we need to scroll down and see some of the other plays. It's interesting from what we can see on the analysis. Thank you. Where's hit and do so? I guess there is no 4-3. There's only one 4-3. So that scrolling down isn't going to do us any good. Sorry about that. I thought there was a 4-3 that you might play some other way. He's in pretty good shape, Ibrahim, anyway. But taking the hit and trying to scramble home. Paul's board is still only 4 points and missing his 6-point, and with no builders to build his 6-point, and arguably very few builders to build a 3-point. So if you hit and come in, there's just a few combination shots that hit you back, a half a dozen or something. And if you are hit back, you've got 2 or 3 rolls to come in against a 4-point board without any serious damage being done. Yeah. Now you still got to get past. What do we got? We got a 6-4 trying to play our front game, and look at the answer. I cheated. I looked at the answer. They should hide that from me. The answer is to continue the front game and run from the back. Yeah, just flood the outfield.
DMP. You're playing like as if it's DMP because
and that's the DMP play right there.
And it's impressive that it seems like he's in the right mode of. Okay, that doesn't hit, but he can hit. Oh no, it's wrong to.
Oh, it's photo finish, whether you hit or do this. They're virtually identical. I mean, beyond human comprehension to sift between the two plays.
But if Paul now rolls a 9 or an 8, there we go.
Well, yeah, this is what we're playing for. This is why we took the double, and to get away with this, and we're starting to get excited. And he didn't quite get away with it.
Okay, now you don't need to hit for sure. Yeah, and that's gets you out of the.
Oh, this is awkward. You don't really want to play anything. This is where you want to pick up your dice.
Point.
Yeah, I guess.
Right.
Yeah. I think it's not only right, but you have to, and it really puts the pressure on
that checker. The only checker that you really need to. Yeah, the only way you can win is stopping that final checker escape.
Right. And look, this creates some, what I call root numbers, self-destruct numbers, like double threes and double sixes, instead of being jokers, are very difficult numbers to play. Well, this was a good number to play. We need some sevens or a four. Oh, 2-6, not quite. Now we got serious issues. If this turns into and I think he should. Yeah, this is both safe, flexible, and threatening. Gammon threats going way up.
Okay, we're assuming that I think the score is 2-1.
Well, it might be right to cover with the 4 and bring the 5 in. Yeah. I mean, yes, that's you're sort of, well, once you've done that, you got to cover with a 4. You're sort of forced to make this play, and it's the right play. They're close, but it's the right play. Plan B is just to make the ace point heavy, but that's if nothing else, that pays off to a 6-4. So now double 4s hits, keeps them alive.
No, I think white's worse. Okay.
Oh, bingo. 1, 2, 3. And, well, I think in for a penny, in for a pound. Yep. If you want to try to win, you got to bring the builder down.
No.
It feels funny, but and how big a deal is it to save a gammon anyway? If you lose 4 points, you're at Crawford. It's clearly got to be win more games to build her down. It just has to.
Wait, and the gammon, playing 6-2 is only 18 millipoints.
Oh wow, yeah. It's that's surprising to me, but that's just playing the scramble. Okay, this is very slightly the right play. It was close, and it got punished. The other play would look a lot better than this does. Yeah, sit up in your chair, Ibrahim. Look closely at it and enjoy it for a while. Now we there's some relatively
it reversed its decision, but yeah, I would still have gone for 6-5. But now it reversed its choice and now wants to play 19-18. What, just to get the checker closer to home? But interesting.
I don't know. Maybe this is. Oh my goodness! More fun for us. That's great. Now, oh my god! That 1, 2, 3, 4, boom. Now you see it. Now you don't.
You make your opponent's your hitting number. You make it frivolously unimportant by just rolling double 6.
Yep. Now we got 4 numbers here, and that's not one of them. He needed 6s, 5s, or 6-5. There might have been another one in there. So 6-4 was bad too.
He's saving the gammon. So.
Right, it'll be Crawford mystery number. Still a small chance to hit a shot and win.
Couldn't possibly be. Could it? Could it? No.
All right, run and save the gammon. That's not running very fast.
Now suddenly the gammon looks. Oh.
Oh dear. Run much faster. That's pretty big.
You think you know what's going to happen, but he saved the gammon, hasn't he?
Oh.
We can say that. Has he? Oh.
No, he has not.
Has not saved the gammon.
Not even
close.
No
way can he save it.
All right, that's now he's home.
He might save
1-6 of the numbers. Do him in.
Might save it.
Every so often. Ooh, look at all those pips, but it's not doubles. Wow. Now our analysis goes out the window depending on what number is hiding behind the Vaffle box. I'll take what's behind curtain number 2, please.
It's like that prisoner's dilemma where you're in hell and there's the door. Satan's, what was that? It's like a question they ask you when you're interviewing for an investment bank as a graduate.
Actually, I have done that, but I don't remember the question.
Okay, 6.
Well, not knowing.
He won a point, didn't he?
I just don't remember. We'd have to scroll back and see everything. And the way both players play will depend on whether Paul has an even number of points to go or an odd number of points to go, which means depends on whether he's got an odd number on his score, an even number on his score.
Well, I think you're right. There's no white to be seen on that green bit of card. So I mean, it can't be.
That leans me toward thinking it's
no
a one.
I mean, that's a straight line that can be covered by that bit of the baffle box.
We may be able to tell based on play.
A very thin 3.
I mean, the big difference being where it matters. If Paul has 1 point, or if Paul is on an even number, meaning odd number to go, then a gammon doesn't really do him much good, and losing a gammon doesn't cost Ibrahim as much. It's basically the same as losing a single game. But if Paul's on an odd number, so an even number to go, then it's just the opposite. Now, Ibrahim does not want to get gammon, and Paul wants to win a gammon. And lots of time, it doesn't really make any difference. Your checker plays are the same, but it does make some difference. And it's you're always you're willing to risk more losses to gain more gammons. I mean, under quote unquote normal circumstances, you need sort of twice as many gammons as losses if you make some bold play. But here you only need 50-50. You trade a gammon for a loss. So there's a big window there where you would make the more aggressive play versus the more aggressive play, which loses a little more as opposed to the other way around. This is, every play feels wrong to me, and it feels like I want to roll over, or I shouldn't have rolled at all.
Kind of what I was just trying to think of something to say, but I certainly 6-2 feels wrong, for certain. And then I was wary of playing 2 down because of the shots that it leaves. I wouldn't want to leave shots at all. But this is.
By the way, I think if you play 6-2, you should have played 13-8. But
the 4-6 is so much more punishing.
Oh, this is annoying. You got another one. Okay, we'll get it right this time. We may have transposed. Whichever way you played it, whichever order you played them, you end up in this position. And now there's the, it's probably right, but this does subject you to counterattack. It also gives you a much easier path to victory. And well, don't be so fast. I guess it was right, but there were other, and this too could depend on the score.
Well, the choice with that 4-3 was leaving 1 blot or 4. So
right, and if you're in gammon save, this is surely right. If you're not, it might have been right to hit. That would be interesting to see what the score is.
Impressive speed with which he.
Yeah, this looks. I don't see plan B. This looks prettiest.
5-4 duplicated. Ooh.
Oh, this got, do you do the nifty shifty or do you just build your prime?
I hate being faced with this dilemma of.
This is the old style play, and the nifty shifty is the new play.
But it just doesn't make sense. But I don't want to have to break up. I think it's very human. We resist breaking up like the 5 prime.
Yeah, and again, this is.
But the not making the. This just gives 6s and 2s.
Again,
it's easy to say that because I can see the answer, but
yet this would have been the play from a whole lot of players. It's only when the bots showed us we were allowed to make ugly plays that the nifty shifty came into full force.
If you know your opponent's rolling a 3-1, do you think that this play is better? Probably is, isn't it?
Well, you're certainly happy either way. You were going to have a. Were you going to? Which point did he just make?
Him be on the bar or in this?
I don't know. Maybe rather him be on the bar. because then you're free to hop out and do whatever you want to do. And now we're probably going to attack him.
Whose roll is it? Oh, it's Paul's.
Well, I mean, next turn. I was thinking
right,
ahead.
right. Sorry,
Yeah.
yeah. But is he gonna have to play 13-8? Nothing else. No, you can't.
You can't do that.
Doesn't really serve a purpose.
Yeah, I think that's that extra control in the outfield is not worth it. Oh, for sure. This I can't believe this is close.
Oh, he's looking. Well, I can see why you might want to come off the anchor because you might not get everything you want if you hit, but hitting must be. Oh, he's going to do it as well.
Well, this is all internally consistent. Also, the two blots.
Now it's the same thing as the double one. Now, if you come off the anchor, you give sixes to come from the 24 and just get the guy safe. And three.
He finally did it right. These are a little tricky because there's it's sort of a of the. Well, it's probably right to pop both out. This is a variation of the F13. Is you don't want to get too close with your front checkers if there's a danger of cracking if you don't roll a good number. Yeah. So now we've got all 15 checkers in play. Now, we win easily if we can just cover.
What's the accurate play here? Because there's lots of possible. There's like 2 or 3. Is it just making the 9, minimizing the?
I don't know. Yeah. That you got a whole lot of covers anyway. You don't need the second blot. You just need to win. You don't want him, even if he rolls a 1, you can still win fairly easily. If you roll double ones, all of a sudden he's got a chance. So I think this again may be, change the match score, and it may well be right to do something different. But here, Ibrahim just needs to win 1 point, and with all those checkers in the outfield, closing out 1 checker is better than closing out 2. Close out 1 checker.
Double 3 now would have played 5-2 twice, 4-8 anyway.
And now we want to let him in. If we have a choice, we want to let him in. If he's in, he's out of our hair. And unfortunately, we've been stuck trying to play safe, and I've got this mess. That may not be right. That 3-1. Those are a little tricky. It was, but those are all very close. Now this is big advantage, up to 90, almost 97%. Now it's we're getting down to fumes. That's it. That's going to round to 100. Surprised it's only 98.99. Boy, these matches are zipping by.
Match. That was
that one. If
had a lot of meat and bristle in it.
Yeah, if they'd played more slowly, we could have talked for hours. Lots of good stuff there.
Yeah.
All right, what do we got?
Well, I might take a break for.
I don't know if we've got a forced break because we've got nothing to see or not. Let's see if anything crops up over here.
Literally just to get some air. That's
well, go for it.
I might. I don't know if you're going to stay around, but I might join. I think it's just back to back. I think it's relentless.
If it's relentless, I can go quite a bit longer. I don't run out of time for maybe three plus hours. I don't know if they'll be by then or not. Well, look, we've got some going back to the data. I don't know how fast they update it. Let's see if this is in here. That was round 4. And where is this match? Round 4, upcoming. PR pending. Where's the final score?
Oh, beautiful. Pete 2.15. Seb 1.71. Just reading random numbers.
So this shows, here, I'm not up. I got to see if I can update the screen. This still shows our match is pending. So let me see if I update it. Is it in here? Are you looking at all the PRs and stuff?
Yeah, there's some more. There aren't that many, but there are some more.
Yeah, that screen doesn't have, they haven't up, not surprisingly, they have not updated the match we just watched. Prior to that, whole bunch of PRs. Who's winning? Who's racking up the points? Are these in order?
Yeah,
Now these are just
a
in.
good question. So at the moment, I think Paul's doing well in points, even though he just lost.
Yes,
He's got 4.
he had
But
4 going
I
in.
don't think they've entered in. I think they've only entered in like.
Who's Tanner? I don't know him. He had 4 points.
I think he played in Istanbul.
A big surprise. Sebastian Wilkinson has 4 points, but his PR is pretty miserable, so you can't really count him at 1.71.
Right,
Go Sebastian.
It's funny you say that, but he probably wouldn't be satisfied with it.
Yeah, well, yeah. Look at Oliver Squire. He's nosing him out at 1.16. A little
yeah, but it's
a little competition there.
Is that for one match, 2 matches?
I don't know. You know, they're lagging with PRs, so we don't know.
Oh,
maybe we can tell if we
find out. If you scroll down to the match feed, it will tell you PR pending, or it will give you the results. So then you'll know what the PR figure for the person.
Oh, I see. Okay, so Oliver has round 1 is analyzed,
and then
round 2.
I'm suspecting it's just 1 round.
No, round 2. The Paul Moulton versus Marcus Reinhardt is analyzed. Matthias Roos versus Sebastian is analyzed. Mr. B. Some are analyzed, some aren't. And in round 3, Paul Moulton's analyzed. But the other guys aren't. So we're lagging a bit, but it's still impressive. I mean, look, it's impressive to have numbers below 4, and now we've got numbers below 2. I mean, it's like this is a whole new age. Super duper stars,
like way lower than just the inevitable. It's like the word. Oh, I can't think. Like in the collective. In the universal mind, everyone's getting better. It rubs off on everyone.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's originally when the bots started getting going, and then certainly by the time XG started getting going, the studious top players got stronger still. The problem is that the great unwashed caught up with them. And then newcomers who are learning to train with the bots as opposed to just be modified by them, blew by them. When I first published,
I was before the bots came out. I could never be. I mean, I'm a decent level now. I was just. There's no way I could have got to this level by my own.
Oh, nobody did. Nobody could.
I remember talking to a guy at my backgammon club in St Albans who's very, very well versed in all sorts of backgammon knowledge. He talks about, who was it that was the best? You'll probably tell me immediately. There was a guy he's quite well known. He's not the most well known. Back in the 70s, they have recorded matches of him playing 4.5. I mean, maybe even you were close in. Who was it though?
I can give you some good data.
I think you've got the data, but he knows. I think he's got the same. Who was it? Because I've seen a list, and it wasn't Paul McGreal who was playing the best. There was someone else.
Let me give you a data point or two. As I said, I both recorded, analyzed, and published.
So it's your data for sure. Then it's your.
Well, I got some good stuff. There were.
I've seen who. There were names like, I've never met these people. I don't know who they are. Nick Maffeo.
Yeah. Let me give you. I know where that's coming from. I published in the early '80s, and we may have backgammon underway, so I cannot finish the story.
Oh, is it Roger Lowe?
Yeah. This is all my stuff. I ran a tournament in 1984. I invited the best players in the U.S. It was a $2,000 entry fee. It was supposed to be the U.S. Invitational Championship to parallel U.S. Invitational Chess Championship. In order to fill the field of 16 players, putting up $2,000 each, which in 1984, that's probably closer to $10,000 today. 9,000 euros, whatever, 7,000 pounds. That was the entry fee. And I sent out 20 invitations and had 17 entries. And as fast as the post office could carry the invitations out and bring the checks back my way. And every match was played. We started at 17-point matches, double elimination. The first round was 17 points, 16 of the top players in the country. They were all recorded by hand. And then recently, I went back and logged all of the first round matches into XG, and only one player played below 4. And that was Billy Horan, who we recently put into the U.S. Backgammon Hall of Fame. In the second round, fewer matches, but a different player played below 4, and that was Roger Lowe.
Yeah.
All right,
this is the data. Anyway, I'm going to leave you. Thank you very much for the information. I'm going to leave you for a bit, but I might rejoin you if that's okay.
All right, happy to have you. Just knock and say hello.
I enjoyed that very much. Okay.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, here we are. We can actually see it's 0-0 on the score here. That's nice to know. Now we got to keep track of what's going on afterward. And it's not Paul Moulton playing. I should take his name tag out of there to be polite. Hakan Rustam and here we have Johan Bonnell again. This is our youngish super duper star. Delighted to watch both of them. And the early, hit them off the 4-point, hit them off the 5-point, just keep hitting. And now we can come in and, the knee-jerk reaction is to anchor. It's probably right, but I'll bet 13-10 is not far behind. Now we've made the 5-point on. Oh no, there's this silly butterfly anchor. It's a nice place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live there. The 22-point. You take it for a while things mature, and then you come out of the cocoon and fly away like that. Okay, now the question is how much defensive value is the friction between the 21-point and the 10-point here, the holding game that Hakan is forced to play. He was busily playing a priming game until boxes reared their ugly head. And I can't see. I don't know the pip count, but it almost doesn't matter. This is nice. If Johan gets well ahead in the race, this becomes a double. If he's not well ahead in the race, then you're playing a race. Some top expert I was talking to last weekend basically advised me, and I forget who I was talking to, that 4-point holding games are evaluated on the race, assuming that it hasn't crunched. So basically, you want to get an idea of what's happening in a 4-point holding game is count the race. And here we have the Brontosaurus formation for Johan. Name. And we can look at he must be ahead in the race because the equities are showing him as a significant favorite. In fact, he's almost in the range where we should be talking about doubling. Although this, knowing the exact race will give us the answer. And they're going way too fast for me to count, and I'm way too old to count quickly. If it's just a race, when you're up in the low 70s, you're doubling. So there must be more to it than just a race. Or, Johan's counting the race, or he's already counted the race. 3-2. You can play safely by disengaging. You can clearing the midpoint was not silly. They're just leaving a 5-2, but getting off that hurdle. It's you want to clear the midpoint first, and then either maintain your blockade or pull your tail in behind you, depending on the situation. This is easy. And that may gain some of the race as well. We'll see what somebody should somebody, where's the cube hidden somewhere? I didn't miss a double somewhere, did I? We gotta be in, count the race, and I'll bet this is a double. This just looks like he's ahead in the race. Well, maybe not by a lot. Oh, there, the analysis says double take. So, and he's at 76%. This is 76 to 23.66%. So this is a very strong double, and comfortably on the edge of a take. So here we go. Now the trick is to find the take here. It'd be nice to know the exact pip count. If you believe my advisor who said you treat these as, I mean, look at the equities. It's right on the edge of take or pass. So whatever his answer isn't far wrong. Honestly, if I'm playing now maybe Hakan is also a superstar, but if I'm playing, look, I've made plays like taking versus passing, depending on whether I'm playing an average player or I've made a couple of takes that are passes against Victor Ashkenazi, where he's just good enough, and as well as I play, he plays better, that I'll gamble more. This was technically a take, but it was very, very close. So either play could be defended. And he has racing vig and some shot vig. Some of his racing vig goes out the window when he starts crunching, as opposed to Johan crunching. So the contact is double edged. So you end up basically looking at it as a race. And Johan has he's got a couple on his ace point, but that's not a big deal until he starts putting third and fourth men there. Then the race starts going backwards. It's maybe right to take both off. Don't worry about Don't worry about making a point. Just you see XG, or I presume Sage, or whatever this is, preparing for the bear off and smoothing things out, even if it means leaving blots. You have no intention of leaving a blot. And if you made the point, that would have left double sixes leaving a shot. Now there is no double sixes leaves a shot. And 6-1, presumably it's right to clear from the back. If you're bearing it against the 2 point and you have a choice, it's often right to actually break the 7 point before you clear the 8. But that's not the case here. And that has to do with being 6 away from the anchor and how 5s play and other ugly stuff. Okay, prepare to clear evenly and have that builder. And now we're forced to run. The only question is, do you run with both? And again, that's going to depend on the race. It looks like it's actually pretty close, which means he must be losing the race by a fair margin. I mean, if he's winning the race, he doesn't want to be attacked by little tiny numbers. If he's losing the race, there is some contact. He gets an immediate shot on 6-3, and that blot back there could be a nuisance. So he must be well behind in the race, or otherwise this would be the wrong play. Here's a 4-2, brings everybody in, and now there's no point in staying there. So unless it's a little tiny number like that, he's going to run. This now gives Johan a choice with little baby numbers, whether to pick and pass or point on them or whatever. And now he's just ripping checkers off. Good strategy. And, a shot's not coming anytime soon. So what's the best way to race? And maybe, yeah, that makes sense to me. Although the data seems to say that's wrong by a moderate amount. I don't know why. There must be something to it. I mean, it's right to run, but it's right to run differently. Right, looks like we need a couple of big doubles to make this a game. We got a little bit of herky jerkiness on the feed. Hopefully that'll clean up. For we don't know the pip count, we just know that he's miles ahead. Still a chance. Get our big doubles and get them soon. conversation we were having earlier about old-time PRs, I published a series of annotated matches in the early 80s from top players of the day. It was hard to get your hands on. We had Joe Dweck in there, got Kumar Motokasis in there. And of course, there were no bots to analyze. There's Jim Pascoe and Kumar. Many years later, in particular when Paul McGreal died 6 or 7 years ago, whenever it was, I pulled out the 11 matches that were just one player against one player playing a long match. My 12th issue was short matches and last chance matches. So there were 22 players, and I ran them all through XG. And 2 of the 22 players were Paul McGreal. He actually is the only player that showed up in 2 different issues. He was sort of he was the it player in the very early 80s, which is when the matches were all taken from. And when Paul died, I ran all 11 matches through XG. So we had 22 players, 2 of which were Paul McGreal with a different PR, for his 2 different matches he played. One player of the 22 scored almost exactly 4.0. That was me. And the 2 players that finished ahead of me in the mid to upper 3s were Paul McGreal and Paul McGreal. He both of his matches he played in the 3s in 1981, 1982. The 2 that were analyzed. All right, back here we've got nearly identical positions. Looks like at this point, Johan is 1 pip ahead, and he's got more to play, so he's going to increase his lead. This looks perfectly reasonable to build the 7-point, even though it does leave the 7 shot in return, which is hit far more than 1/6 of the time, in my personal opinion. You always remember getting hit there when you make this play. Yeah, that's a play. That's a computer taught play, and I would make the 7-point almost instantly. There, look, on deeper analysis, making the 7-point is right, but it's very close. The more shallow analysis had the double hit being right. The reason the double hit is close is that undeveloped position and the blot on Johan's 8-point. That's a big deal. It's a tactical disadvantage which can be taken advantage of if you try the double hit play. It was very close, and it I don't know if anybody's going to be interesting at some point to see this bot versus XG, how their analysis differs. That would be fun. This, by the way, this is new to me. Whatever is it Sage Pro? I'm not sure what it's called. Here, I can tell you, I may have it here somewhere. Yeah. Sage Pro, Backgammon Sage Pro. So this is Backgammon Sage Pro that's doing our analysis. I saw somewhere you could download the app on your phone or whatever. I assume you can download your app on your big fat twin HAL 9000 computers too, which will analyze it more quickly and more deeply, I hope. Double threes looks like the front end is easy, and if you can do this, then the back end is easy. I don't know. We look to make sure we're not overlooking something, but this looks like a monster play, and puts us in, starting to put us in the doubling zone. No 8-point made. That's annoying, and this game may be over. I mean, you couldn't stop me from doubling, and then I'd have to think, well, can I possibly take this? And I think the answer is no. You overrun the play. You're too advanced. This looks like it's you got to. I once myself, this is a monster pass. You got to start thinking, well, might it be too good? And look at the answer. If you look at the analysis, look how close it says double, no double. That's not that it's not quite good enough to double. The reason it's close to double, no double is that it's close to too good. And that's the 26%, the 26% gammons you see, and the fact that it's very hard not to have an overwhelming double next turn. So when all is said and done, double pass on to the next game. No, Hakan still has 0. We can see half of that 0. He's got half of 0, if there is such a thing. I got to ask Paul Benjamin about that. Or no, it's 1. He won the game. So it's 1-2. Oh, look, they finally, thank you very much. It's sort of a little out of position for the players, but for the viewers, we can see and the commentators, we can see the match score better, which does make a big difference. All right, somebody rolled 5-3, somebody rolled 4-1, and is thinking about the 1. It's which side is thinking here? Oh, our side. All right, so yeah, look at that. Look at the particularly when your opponent's built another interboard point, the super fun 9 and 5 on the way of the dinosaurs, which is too bad. I love making that play with 4-1. And here you've got a good choice to build a point, but you know, and hitting is far behind. But without the point to build, hitting would go way up on the list of least bad plays. 5-2, you kind of have to make this stupid butterfly anchor. It's a little too dangerous to leave the checker split, and you know, plan B is probably to run. In the old days, running was what back, you know, it was a gambling game and a racing game. All the blocking and priming was sort of not really fully understood. And this, you know, the anchor on the 22 point is not deep enough to be backgammon type, backgame type anchor, and it's not advanced enough to be an advanced anchor. It sort of falls into a category of its own. You build it, and then you look for a chance to run off of it. That's what it boils down to. And you know, he's thinking, well, having just built it last turn, am I supposed to leave this turn? And the answer is yes. Look at that. Look at that fun. It's annoying, and doing this without bot assistance. If you haven't played enough against a bot or watched enough analysis, bot backed, and preferably with a commentator or an instructor who knows a lot. Here, the trick is, you know, your front position is already developed. You don't really want to put a third checker on your 3 point. You don't really want to put a 5th checker on your 5 point. You don't really want to split and hit. So, I mean, conveniently, the running play duplicates 3s, and that's probably what swings it, along with some other considerations. But finding that without looking at the computer is not so easy. By the way, playing the 5 in and the 2 to the 11 point is a very human play, and is a play that many would make, and it doesn't show up on our top 4 choices. There he goes. There it is. Oh, there's down to, if you're going to the 11, there, coming to the 11 comes in 5th and 6th, depending on whether you hit or do something else, and they're just terribly wrong. Yeah, this is a really old style player would get this right, and just run away. Once you start learning to play positionally and the value of anchors, then you're led. This is a butterfly which should have left its cocoon, although very, very difficult for most players to analyze accurately. And now, well, here's another non play. Make this play, you got to announce expert play. A little too dangerous to split in the back. Hang on to our cocoon for now and look for a better chance. Boy, this is ugly. It's ugly but right. Whoa! Now we got it. Now we got it going the other way. Do we try to make some kind of fancy play, jumping out with both as a consideration? How's the race stand? If we're behind in the race, why in the world would we run at the race? And we've got the 20 point anchor. That's the most valuable point on the board, arguably. So turns out it just likes playing everything safe and dumping a man there, which is and the game is almost dead even. Another stupid roll. This one you can't run with, so you sort of have to make a mess. And the only question is how much of a mess. I can't believe it. Look, it's do we get any advanced analysis, or is that advanced analysis? They're all the dumping behind him plays were all basically the same. And now on this side, we have, at least here we have an interesting option with two blots over there. Yes, it takes some pressure off the midpoint, but this really gives us a chance to build our own board. Now we've got almost everything making a point. Just don't roll a 5. And 6-3, do we run off before he's built everything up, or do we make our 4-point, which looks nice, or do we do something else which sort of looks nice? How close is it? It's not close. It's time to get off the butterfly anchor. And these are, there must be, Michi, a great name, the butterfly anchor. You sit there to get safe for a while, but you got to fly away soon enough. And this is it. Good play if he makes it. And part of it's your opponent's position is getting worse, and you're yielding the outfield if you do this. Yes, you've got a point, but your opponent's just. And now what are we going to do? Had we made the other play, you just roll a 6 or a 1-5, and you're out into the fun. And now if you leave, you're which may be right still, you're much more attacks coming. Although it's still right by a bunch to get off the anchor. How far down do we have to scroll before holding the anchor is correct? And it looks like quite a ways. Running out and then solidifying your home. But the ace is obvious. You're going to, if you're running out, you must make the 2-point. You got to be able to defend. And look, what was it? 6th best is making the 7th point, and it's a whopper and a half, 0.154 wrong. That's the kind of mistake players at this level do not want to have on their record. And it looks like he's going to get it right. Punch your clock so we can stop talking about it. And look, this is 0.094. I'll round that up to a whopper, which the late great Paul McGrill and I used to talk about this a lot during our poker years. We spent a lot of time playing poker and a lot of time together, but we would talk about backgammon. And XG was out there, so we knew what the analysis was. We'd sometimes play where we play both sides, and the objective is to see who makes the fewest errors according to the computer, just to kill time. And we finally decided that a 0.10 error was a whopper. 0.15 a whopper with cheese, 0.20 was a double whopper, and you can do the rest any way you want. Now there's I was talking about earlier, playing against one checker back, trying to prime it's a lot better than trying to, trying to blitz it is a lot better than trying to prime it, and both would have failed. And we've got a close game with the cube hidden somewhere, which must mean it's in the middle. And at some point, somebody should take Paul Moten's name tag out of there. Not a big deal, because the Chiron has in big fat letters who the players are, but still. And this is, this is, even if it gets to the point that Hakan has a double, when we get to that point, unless he gets hit, I love the good, bad, ugly. There was a movie many, many years ago with Clint Eastwood, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Great movie. But Kit came up with, in Good, Bad, Ugly was GBU, Good, Bad, Ugly. GBU positions are you take because you have 3 ways to win, the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good way to win is to hit a direct shot. The bad way to win is to hit an indirect shot. And the ugly way to win is to win the race. And this is, assuming Hakan's ahead in the race, this is a GBU position. Johan can win by winning the race. He can win by hitting a short shot. And he can win by hitting a combination shot. If the take side fits into GBU, then you got to be a little bit cautious about doubling. You can push, you can go well beyond just the race and it'd still be a double and a take. They probably both know the pip count. I'm too old and slow to do it in my head while I'm talking and remember. So the computer analysis will tell us about the race. If it's saying no double, then Hakan doesn't have and there's still GBU possibilities here because even though there's no immediate shots, well, there probably are. I mean, how does 6-3 play? How does 6-1 play? This is a little awkward. And if some numbers which play completely safe in front leave those two checkers stranded back on the 16 point, which can get in trouble. So whatever the race is, no double and not particularly close so far. Now, I'm not sure you don't just do this regardless and then double and then let, it'll be a double for Hakan next roll. And then the question is, will it be a take? And Johan understands that. He's got a chance to start to disengage. Has he played any or all of it? I personally, if I were in Johan's position, would play the double twos to bring both checkers off the 20 point, and I think that would make it easier for me to count. The two checkers on the 20 right now are 20 behind the two checkers on the 10. So down 20. Then Johan gains a pip from 8 to 7, so down 19. Then he gets back 8 for the second blot on the 8, so it's down 11, and then it gets bad. So he's trying to win from his biggest chance is the contact now, which is there. There are immediate shots here. And it's they're enough that it's a take. We just saw the analysis, but it's not our problem. It's not Hakan's problem. It's Johan's problem. I mean, again, you can look at this and say, if I was on the white side, would I snap this up? And no, I would not snap this up. I'd count the race carefully. I'd go through how many immediate shots there are. And there's an immediate shot. So everything just swung enormously. All of a sudden, we've got a look at the computer assessment. Minus 0.024. That basically means it's almost an even game. So there's the winning close to a third of the time with the immediate shot. If you don't hit the immediate shot, there's shots in the future, and that's we should be talking about Hakan's chance plan now. This is the fewest shots now, but leaves more shots later, and there's several rolls here which are all very, very close. 10-3, I think we can kind of discard the fourth play down there. Although, look, it's still close. So you look at it seems to me you either look at 10-9, 10-4, or 8-7, 8-2. Even though 8-1 pokes its ugly head in there is in between, and I think it was very close. Accurate analysis by Hakan to see that if he got past this turn, leaving the one extra shot, he was in better shape than leaving one fewer shot, but still having to clear the 10 point. I need a 2. Oh, that's a 2. There is no 3. Look at this. There is no 3. He's got to go to the 1 point. And if it gets hit on the 1 point, some priming value, way easier to cover, and you cover it with all the numbers that don't leap out. So everything points to leaving your blot on the ace point. And 5-4. Now if he could just pop out of there with a 5, he's got the race. So this is a lot. The problem is out with a 6, and now there's a lot of numbers there, but there's a lot more if you come closer. So this looks like you just have to do it. There's 17 6s in an open field plus the extra 8s. There's one of the 6s. And I guess 4, 4, and 5, 3 were in there. So 17 and 3. So there's only 20 hits there. Not a big deal, but he got one of them. Now throw a 2 back at him. We're getting near Gin. See, the 0.9 out there is not promising. What to do? We hit and, all right. That's all close. So boy, this looks like a mighty strong double. Again, if I put myself on Hakan's side, I don't like the looks of this. So it's not my problem. I double. Let him worry about it. So is that going to make it 4-1? Look, we can see that must be the old score down there, 2-1. 4-1's a little annoying. Yeah, look for a gammonish type position to spin an early sexy double for Hakan for the trailer. He shouldn't be in desperation mode, and there's no reason to double positions where he's not winning a gammon unless he's got a normal sort of advantage. But if their gammons going his way or both ways, look at one way. Johan can only use 3 points, and Hakan can easily use 4 or more. So jacking the cube up works in Hakan's favor, and not so much in terms of efficiency of points won for Johan. This is very, very close. I think it may swing on the match score, and if the score were reversed, it still says it was right to not hit, but if the score were reversed, it would be more so that way. And here again, in and smite him. I just the computer liked building a 20-point, but it's much more fun and much more instinctive to just come in on one 5-point and hit on the other. Now here's the annoying A6 come in, and productive 6 is the best we could do. I don't know about hitting now. This is a very close game, but I think with 2 checkers already back, I think I want my 5-point. Oh, look, it's not even all that close. Here, I think you get it, even though you got 4 checkers back, I think having the 5-point was a pretty big deal. And now hit them both, even though it's ugly. This is the distribution you'd rather hit with a 5-1, but you didn't roll a 5-1. This can get very strong very quickly for Johan, and he's happy to win an undoubled gammon and get to Crawford. But 5-4 was one of absolute best for Hakan. So now we're in it for the long haul, and with that in mind, this makes more sense than coming down to the bar point to me. The game's very close. Everybody's got a bunch of checkers back. If who rolled this? This is a good shot. This is a great shot. This is a dream shot. Hit both, develop your checkers, slot both. Big, back the other way. 1, 2, 3. Might as well make it. You might as well make it heavy. Okay, we're into a super duper heavy duty double power washing machine where both players are going to send their spares into the outfield. Both players are playing, sort of advanced anchor front games. Look at this. He has no idea what to do with all these 3s. I don't know about. I kind of like the 21 and the 20 points here. So maybe look for something that keeps the 21 point. That's not a bad idea. And pull a back checker forward. Yeah, this is not a back game. There's neither side. Both players are playing front games with lots of back checkers. We're playing front games with lots of back checkers. Look, this is fun. What you really want to do is look at the grade. They're almost all equal, but I wish they were going more slowly so we could look at the alternatives and just see how the positional plays, which are this is what I call the washing machine, which are just getting hit, coming back around, getting hit, coming back around, trying to make the key points. Here, the 9-point is something of a key point, but now Hakan just take his back checkers and move them forward and don't touch the front checkers. And either way is okay here. Sticking it out to the 18 points a little a little too rich. But look at the analysis; it's very close. Yeah, it's if Johan can recycle his checkers to get the 9 and 10 points, the fact that he's anchored on the 20 as opposed to 21 can make a big difference. And Hakan has to keep coming out. He has to push Johan back and try to get out and contest the outfield and bring 3, 4, or even all 5 of the back checkers out. And Johan's just trying to get the spares. It's conceivable he could leave that one on the 24, but his number one priority is to get the spares on the 20 and the 21 back out into the outfield. Well, now he's essentially forced out. I don't think he should go bonsai with it. Yeah, this is just pure position. Give up the 20 and take the 10. How close? Very close. Plan B is 20 to 15 twice and make the 1. Oh, it hurts my eyes. It hurts my eyes. Oh, this is just polluting my brain. The late, great Malcolm Davis, who was around for a long time, is in the U.S. Backgammon Hall of Fame. I used to play a lot of chouette with him. And sometimes if someone made a play like the correct, well, it's just been overruled, or almost tie for the correct play of making the ace, Malcolm would, with his Texas drawl, would say, "My boy, it just hurts my eyes. It just hurts my eyes." And I agree with that. Making the ace point here hurts my eyes and requires a whole lot of practice with the computer before you'd even consider making it. And look, in reality, it looked like making the 10 was actually better than hanging on to the 15. But who knew? Now, see, look at this. We got dueling outfield control. But Hakan is getting his checkers out there and has a better blockade. So it'll be easier to get his checkers out there. This game is swinging in Hakan's direction. Although look at the analysis. It's about 60-40. Not enough to double. And it's hard to tell even who's on roll here. So this is Johan to play a you want to this is stepping up the edge, getting onto the launching pad to try to get out of there. And meanwhile, when do we what do we do now? Is it time to give up the 21 point? Yeah, there you go. That's sort of nice. We're pulling it. This is all outfield control, and we got and Hakan has the better of. Too many ons in here. Hack and Joe, they should be. Hakan has the better of it, and 4-3 does not. Yeah, these are just 4s are all blocked. So if you're going to hit with a 3, you got to either slot your 2 or keep going. It's what's okay. Everything's herky jerky zipping along. Are either of them short on time? I'd like to spend more time. These guys are processing way too fast for me. Are we thinking about a double? Or are we thinking about a checker play? I've gotten all confused. I guess we're thinking about a checker play. 5-1. Yeah, why wouldn't you do that? Very, very close to. Oh, I see. It's very, very close to shifting our anchor to the 15 point. It's kind of cute. Blocking 5s to squeeze, to get squeezed off of the 15. Blocks 5s can't get out, and 5s can't get out, and you can block 3 more checkers from playing 5s. That starts to create nightmare numbers down the road, or double 5s once or twice in a row. All of a sudden, you got to put 5 men or 6 men on your ace point. But in any event, that has come and gone. It's it's still a scramble for the outfield, except for Hakan's very much won that battle, or almost won that battle. Since wondering where has the cube already been turned, or have we forgotten about it? Somewhere along the way, Khan's game has gotten fairly strong. And I mean, whatever you think of Hakan's position, look at Johan's home board and outfield. That's not a good thing. This is a great roll. That gets him back in the game. I suspect. I wish I knew. I'm assuming the cube's in the middle. Otherwise, it would be visible on one of the side of the board, one way or the other. And now it's by virtue of the fact that he made that Johan got his 5 point and now holds both 5 points. You know, the idea of doubling goes out the window, and you can't hit here. You're not that constricted back and back. So I send a fifth checker back. Don't give him time to. You're not in any pressure to. Yeah. I think you want to send that back, and you don't really want all four of those checkers on the 14 point anyway, and you want your 11 point. And here we are now. Now grab the. You kind of want to keep the 15 as a bridge. Now Hakan getting the whoops. Here comes everybody, and you can't lift the blot, so just keep them going. That plays itself. There's not a serious second choice. Now we need a 6. Well, that's a 6. That counts as a 6. We want to A, get our own checker out, and B, deny our opponent from making that point. So yeah, look at that. It's a solidly the best play. And now in and out again. Round and around we go. What's that do? All right. For now, he's keeping a sweeper back there on the 24, which is an interesting idea. Probably a good idea. This is wait for him to come to us as opposed to giving up that bridge on the 15 point. This is. I'm not sure there's anything fancy to do here. Just put your spares on the 12 point. I mean, it kind of be nice to spread them around, but there's no good way to do that. So this boring, stupid looking play is probably right. Now we want to slot our 5 point, build our 5 point. Now we've got a real threat. And this don't leave any shots. Develop 2 of the checkers that were stacked on our 12 to try to give us some flexibility. This is a close game. It's you know, the problem here is how does Johan play it? He almost has to at some point, pull off the 21 point and try to make the action fighting against the checkers on the 12 and 14, one of which just went away. Assuming he hits this, and then look at it's way worse. But look, if we had time to talk more about it, I'd like to. It's way worse to hit on the ace, but it's the second best choice, and that's what I call squeezing the tube from the toothpaste, bottom of the toothpaste tube. You get that. The objective on hitting in the ace is to hope that the blot you're hitting comes back in on the 20 or the 21. Then you just dump all your checkers behind him. I don't know. You're not going to be able to. You don't have enough checkers to keep all 3 of these points. It might be better to have come in with the 3 and done something else. But it's all going. Oh, good. Here we've got a. Yeah, this is fun, and it's lots of pips and lots of checkers forward, which is not a good thing. So now we're sort of winning our 1-4-5 front game is Johan is playing. I mean, he does not want to. He's not going to have time to sit back and wait for Hakan to start bearing off. So it's a 1-4-5 front game, and as such, it has some it has some chance of success. This is nice. No immediate shot. Every so often, you're going to discover that it's right to actually leave a volunteer shot when you're playing against a million checkers back in order to smooth or improve your own position. Because if you get hit, you got time to come back around while he's only got 9 checkers over there. And holding everything for the time being looks reasonable. I think, well, yeah, it's basically forced. You got to just stack them all up. There's no, the twos are all blocked. Oh, I see. He could bring those two all the way to the 6. It wouldn't occur to me to make that play. Wow. Look at that. 10 to 6 twice is the right play. Well done. Well done. Well, he sees it. The computer sees it. I didn't fully understand it, but here we are. No choice there. There's nothing good to do. Just play safe. Yeah, I think the spare, the blot on the 20-point, maybe, it would be a tougher choice if you could play the entire number constructively on your side, but you can't. So get out of there. Now we've got it's still a 1-4 front game, or otherwise it's going to turn into an ace point game. And good small numbers are good. Try to get the 6-4 out there now, so there's a mess. 4 threes, well, it strips away builders, but it makes a key point to land on, so that's got to be right. And we're still forced to sit tight, so somehow it seems like 4s and 3s. Yeah, maybe 5s and 2s. It's look at it for a second or two. Oh, another. That's either. It's a mess. Stop and look. It's there are all right here. I think that may be the right play, even though it leaves a voluntary shot. This is keep the ones prime back on the 24 point. Now your opponent has a serious home board. You got to clean up the mess. But I like that volunteer shot as opposed to breaking your 6 point or whatever plan B was. That was a expert play. Now, yeah, okay, nifty shifty. Make the ace point, hold everything, and look for the 5-3 or whatever the nightmare number is. Not 6-3 was pretty gnarly. And now 5-3 we can actually hit. 6-5 is the funny number. 3-1 is a joker. Now only 1-6 hits back, and we're getting into a maybe okay ace point game. Is probably going to might be shots right away. That's the only choice without leaving a volunteer shot. Now it's the bear off comes, and we're not going to be crunched. This is a reasonable ace point game. Nice if our home board was more pure, i.e. the soft point, the half point was the ace point, or maybe the 2 point, but we get what we get. Now something, 2-1. Just, there's no, I don't like the herky jerky again. 4 or 6, I go 4. That's that you want to be there. Now the 6-5 leaves the double shot. Double 4s, how are we doing? We're okay here. We're okay there. It's one of our best. Get off the gammon, cover the 3 point. Well, getting off the gammon comes early, probably there, and take your crossover. We're sort of in gammon save. Get pushed back where you belong. Don't let them steal a base. I hate this formation with a bunch on the 2 and 3 on the 3. You really need a deuce or big doubles next turn. Bring a cover in range and then slither back the other one. This actually did something slightly different, but it's all gone. There's the 2 to dodge leaving a shot. Here we cover. I guess we're close enough that there is some danger of a backgammon, so getting out of there makes sense. And now we can stick around for the Coupe Classique. Okay, 2 off now, and then roll an ace. There's 2 off now. Now there's no recycling here. Our ace point's closed. It'll be hard to recycle, but we're ready for the Coupe Classique. Bring them around now. We need an ace, and any ace but double aces. There's an ace. All right. Now the trick with this thing is we kind of got to hit the 1 first. If we hit the 2 first, we're going to have a problem getting the second one. But he hit neither one and gets gammoned. Well, that was exciting. Much more exciting had we picked off that ace checker there. So that does adjust the score somewhat. From big deficit to nice lead, 1-0 to 3, 2 away, 3 away. Lots of fun, lots of 25% take points popping up, plus the odd 29% or whatever it is. So here we go. We're playing backgammon. There is a little bit of messing with the take points, but not much. The leader can. It's sort of annoying. The leader doesn't have to be worried about doubling. The trailer doesn't really have to be. I mean, you can read some of the books, get the fine detail. I'm too old to have ground it all down. But let's wait and see if anything pops up, which looks like it might be a double, and see if any match score considerations affect us. What did we just play? Yeah. I like. The computer liked splitting all the way to the 20, but this, I sort of view the checker on the 10 point as partly as bait and partly as a point I want to make. Bait to get him to give up his anchor on the 20. And now we make a nice outfield point, and Hakan wants to make a point somewhere in here. Both checkers into play, 9s and 10s that hit that annoying thing out of our way, or well, this is a whole bunch of who knows what. I'd have to think about this a little while. I think coming forward. Yeah, okay. Was that the computer play? That's certainly reasonable. Coming forward with one of them makes some sense. Makes a lot of sense. And here's one of those newfangled hits. Although you sort of stumble into it when you can't find. You don't really want to break the 10 point here, so. This is a pretty easy newfangled hit. You're sort of forced into it. Good to look around. I mean, you're looking at this formation. Well, why don't I make my 5 point instead of hit? Why don't I make my 9 point instead of hit? Why don't I make my 7 point instead of hit? Well, you can't. You know, if you're going to hit, you're going to have to. If you're not going to hit, you almost have to break a point. And we wait. I mean, it's both sides are somewhat hemmed in, but Hakan's got Johan hemmed in much deeper. So this is, and now he's filling in some of the points. It's, Hakan doesn't need to escape the checkers from the 20 point. The mountain will move over him. You're sort of ducking under a wave. You want to. Look, it's some there's a strong temptation to build the 5 point. Oh, look, not only is it a strong temptation, it's right by a mile. So look at that. Yeah, that's the point you want to make. If your opponent gives up his anchor, he's baring his breast. I mean, asking to be counterattacked. And now what? I guess hit and make the point, and then hope for one of the 9 numbers which dance. You can't really keep coming forward because you're just grossly out-timed and stuck. So you're forced to make this play, and it's right, and it's right by a mile. And there's one of the dance numbers. Now the game can turn quickly. Get out with the other checker, and wonderful things could be happening. We got a lot of blots to clean up. I guess maybe just clean them up that way. Get our prime back. Comes in with a 5-3 or something. He can't move. 2-6. He comes to us instead of us coming to him. Hakan's back in the game. he's behind, but he's back in the game. This looks right. I mean, it's hard to imagine two checkers on the 10 point doesn't make any sense. And it's hard to imagine slotting the 7 is right. Oh, run like a bunny. This is made to order. It's a great shot. And now hit him. That does not hit him. So really the question is, what do we do with it? Do we pull the guy off the 23? That's you kind of want him back there. So I guess you keep it going. You don't really want to give up the midpoint. Yeah, it's horrible. You darned if you do and darned if you don't. It turns out you're getting cubed out. Is that what's happening? Where's the double? Where's the cube? Oh yeah, we're still playing our 3-point match. So yeah, this is you're done. Now, can you find a way to finagle a take out of this? It's I think what are we leading, trailing? I think we've got to be like 29% or something to take here. So so you give it up. Whatever it is, you're not quite there. Even 25% you didn't have, whatever the number might be. So all right. Now there's all kinds of debate, and there are people. I mean, I still go for simple plays for simple minds, and that's either side should double on the opening roll. And the geniuses out there may have figured out reasons why it's not right to do that. And either they don't know any better, or they think they can trick their opponent better than their opponent can trick them. I avoid all this by just doubling. There, the cube got turned in there somewhere. Away we go. Now it's double match point. Very nice roll. You really want to both split your back checkers and get checkers off the midpoint for Johan. Hakan, first order of business, if you can make a point, make it. Second order of business is split the back checkers while you still can. This is a mess. You're going to have to leave a blot somewhere. I guess that's the right place to leave it. Did you see the second best play there was? They all went so fast. The second best play was to slot the 3 and the 5. So go figure. But he got a 3, so that's good. And now he probably should go to the 3. And again, it's partly a lure. If you can distract Johan from building his home board and cause him to split his back checkers, that can't be a bad thing. Now here we're running ahead of the game. He may be right to run from the back. This is not only is right, it's right by a lot. You don't want to get primed. You don't want to get primed in back there. This is trouble. So I think that required a little more thought. Very close game, but it's a priming game. We need a point, and we got a point, and we didn't use too many pips to do it. Oh, now things are looking a lot better for you. Oh, double sixes, way too many pips. Way too many pips. This is a dramatic change of fortune. Yeah. This just feels best. You can use 6s on the other side of the board to leave yourself. Look, it's only 4 pips. That's arguably a great roll. And now you got to put it in there. You can't, don't go dumping him. You got to put it in there. What are you going to do next turn? If you put it in there and play 7 of 6, you can cover it next turn. Have a full prime. This is stop and think about what's going on here. Even if it gets hit, there's some crunchiness in the other side. This is asking for trouble. That's actually a big roll. Hakan can't play 6s and can't play 5s, so everything's stuck here. Now we got to. Well, it's oh my goodness. It's got to still be right. I mean, how is it close? No, it's not close. But now he's waking up a little bit and seeing just how bad it is to leave no blots. Now the good news is Hakan can still crack. But if Hakan doesn't crack or only cracks mildly, you got to be able to. I think this bold play isn't even all that bold. I think it's got to be right. 2-1, just bare. I said he could crack it, just barely holds it all together. I'll be careful about getting in. This is a mixed blessing, but in and hit's got to be big, and you're not that big an underdog. Look at here. Look at what Ace 4 does. Even double aces crunches. Ace 5 is frozen now, like a 6-1. Just cover it without breaking. 6-1 is like a dream shot. Now, Johan absolutely needs a 6, and he needs it now. Or Hakan does. I'm running back, and there's the 6. Everybody gets what they need every roll. Okay, now get the other 6. We got 1.5 turns to wait. There's the 1. Now we got a half a turn to wait. Get in with a 6. And Johan's basically taking the lead. No, get out with a 6, and Hakan's driving home his advantage. Oh, he holds it just barely together. Get in with a 6 or an ace, and then, now get out of there. Need a 6, must have a 6 or your board breaks. 4-6, he's out. Okay, now it's still not too late. Ace 6, ace 3. Well, let him poke at it. You don't want to break your board. There's some chance that gets in his way. Well, he's forced to hit you. Now you don't want to come in and crack unless it's an ace 6. And now we want to stay out until we've got a shot. And which means now. He can come in with a 5 and leave a shot with a 4, or come in with a 4 and leave a shot with a 5. Surely this is much, much better. This isn't close, relatively speaking. And now roll a 6 or a 1-5. There's a 6. There's a 6. Now we need an ace quickly. That's a huge swing. Ace quickly gives us some chance. As soon as, we're stuck, still stuck back there. Come in with an ace 6 and we're right back in the game. Is anybody? No, get a 6 or a 5 to get one of those back checkers out. Now we're coming too far forward. That 4 prime could hold up. Now double 3s and double 4s cracks him. Double 3s. Oh my goodness. 1, 2. Yeah, I guess you want to just keep him out as long as possible. Get in and you're in the game. Now you absolutely must leap the 4 prime. Still plenty of chances. Come in and hit. Come in and defend. We got to get a lot of checkers around the board here. Yeah, that seems right. Just get in. If you can get in and hit, more power to you. Get in. No. Oh, now the final one gets out from the back, except for he can't. I think just bring him, push him closer to home to guard the outfield. If it's a 3-5, look, if it's a 3-5 or 4-5 or 4-3 or whatever, you want to be able to hit it and get out of there. You don't want any 4-1, 4-2, 4-4s messing with him. Cover as much as you can. That totally covers 4-6. 1, 2, 3. Double 4s is going to kill you anyway. Now these are tricky. How much you play to dodge double 4s, and as long as double 4s is winning the game, you almost don't mind being hit by it. So here he's looking to coming home. You go from guarding the outfield to building the point to coming home safely with the building the point somewhere a narrow little bit in the middle there. This is just paying double 4s. If we get away with this, I'm starting to feel pretty comfortable. And we did. Now the race, I think, is back in control. Worth looking at other plays because we're not quite home. Get a 4. Is that the right team that rolled a 4? No, it's this side that rolled a 4. Now we're down to double 4s, basically. 4-1, way too late. But still some chances. Now, if he does he run past him or hit him? Yeah, and he runs past him and bears off. How far down is hitting? I guess he's just too far ahead. Hakan's home board is missing its ace point, and so the race is it's more than just one big roll ahead. And Johan's bearing off lots of checkers, and Hakan's falling further and further behind. This is getting serious. This is basically all she wrote. I'll bet that rounds to close to 100 if we ever get a chance to see it. 99.82. That's pretty close to 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He technically, I think, could still do it with all double sixes or all sixes and fives. Now it's done. And that's, well, keep going until your opponent has no checkers left. Then you'll be sure you haven't made a mistake. Well, boy, that was exciting. Back and forth, all kinds of fun stuff, zipping along. All right. What's going on? Who's doing what to whom? And what do we get next? There are only 6 rounds today, so I don't know if we have I haven't seen any matches that are joined in progress. It may well be that the streaming setup had to be way too sophisticated, like to have multiple streams going simultaneously. And it could be done. Maybe cables all over the floor, or maybe it could be done with wireless hookups. But my guess is we're going to wait for round 6, which is the last round of the day, which will be a late lunchtime for me, and dinner time or post dinner time for them. What are they, 6 hours ahead of me? It's pushing dinner break. So yeah, I guess they play one more, then they're done for the day. I think 6 rounds today and 6 rounds tomorrow was my under. Well, 12 rounds the first 2 days. I had in my head it was split 50-50. Okay, next up, get typing in there, Mate. Show us, or Mate's assistant, whoever's there, show us what's happening. Preview. A break in Stockholm. Next, another match. Well, okay, we like that. UBC round, it's going to be 6. Round 6, show us the 6. Well, maybe there's another. Is there a round 5 which hasn't started yet? Let me go sneak over and take a peek at. Well, the score sheet will be a little behind what's happening. All right, updating here. Sorry, you can't see what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the pending results. See if they've updated some. They've updated some PRs. Sebastian's sitting at 1.71. Johan Moaz is at 2.11. Paul Moulton has 5 points. Tanner has 5 points. Yeah, I don't know how updated that is. There's Pete at 2.12. Pete Heskett at 2.15 PR. Jorgen Grenstedt. Boy, I'd love to see Jorgen playing. 4.74 PR. Sort of a badish day for Jorgen. Okay, scrolling down. Lots of upcomings. Is that round? Oh, lots of upcomings. Where does it say what the thing? I think it's repeating itself over and over again, so I can't. Oh, there. I'm looking at rounds beyond today. No, it looks like they unless they've updated it, there's a variety of round 5 still upcoming. I thought we just played round 5. Maybe I'm wrong. Go back here and see if it says anything exciting. Yeah, another UBC round 5. All right. I guess they're not all playing exactly simultaneously. There may be they must be playing as the opponents become available. They're playing, so there's obviously overlapping rounds left, right, and center. I'm going to go get a add and subtract water and be back in just a second or two. back with my beverage of choice. Well, I get a glass of water when you can get a lavender and moringa kombucha. Not sure I know what any of those words mean, but it says on the bottle, mental clarity. It's got to help. I'm going for mental clarity with my lavender and moringa kombucha, shown actual size. Assuming I'm live and people are listening, I'll go back and take a peek and see what's happening if they've updated any of the good stuff. Now, are those the players we're actually going to get to see? Thomas Mir and Marcus Reinhardt? Are they playing in round 5? That will be a clue. Round 5. Upcoming. So I guess they are. I think what we've done here is, by dumb luck, the matches we've been streaming have ended quickly. So instead of lagging behind, we're racing ahead in terms of updating the results on those of you at home. If you can sort your way through, you want to get to backgammondata.com, tournaments, Stockholm. There's a little bit of fancy footwork needed to find the results. But they're there if you click on the right buttons. And what have we got that's changed? Boy, there's some good. Boy, these guys mostly play very, very well. There's Oliver Squire at 1.16, big whoop. Johan Moa. Let's just go through the ones. Sebastian Wilkinson at 1.71, Oliver Squire at 1.16. Maybe we'll get to see them in the World Teams this fall in London. Any other ones out there? No other ones up here at the moment. In terms of twos, we've got Johan Moaz at 2.11, big surprise. Tanner Kondarali, I don't know him, but he plays very well at 2.87. Any more twos? Pete Heskett, maybe lagging. He may be a while slower matches, 2.15. Then we get into the threes, hardly worth mentioning in competition where there's ones and twos. Tim Cross, 3.21. Marcus Reinhardt, 3.34. I think, isn't he up next? Matthias Roos, 3.93. Well, look at that. Thomas Mir, also 3.93. And Fernando Newmark, 3.22. We'll leave it at that. Points, I'm not sure how many matches have really finished, but total points, 5 for Paul Moulton, 5 for Tanner. That's it so far. All right, we're back to waiting for our next victim. I think I finished there was another little story talking about old time players and PR ratings and how they stacked up from days of yore, relating coincidentally, yes, but some of the psychological things differently. There was the very exciting and the YouTube video is still out there because I watched it earlier this morning or the end of it at the San Antonio UBC regional contender back in February. Michi was playing Frank Frigo and the final game for the championship, and Frank going into the last match was couldn't win on. He had to win both the match and the PR, but he was miles behind in the PR. So it was basically a hopeless case. But what he did is try to generate a crazy game with lots of blots and lots of blots being hit, hoping that both sides' PRs would be so terrible that maybe by some 1 in a million chance he'd come out on top. So that aside, flashback to 1984, where I had the U.S. Invitational Tournament, which is sort of in a weird way indirect precursor to these UBCs. I mean, it was, Ultimate Backgammon Challenge or Ultimate Backgammon Championship. The U.S. back in the early '80s, the vast majority of the top players in the world that were active were American. And now I'm doing the U.S. Invitational Championship, so no non-Americans were invited. That would include, Hal Heinrich, who had, I think, won a world championship by then. And first round matches were all very interesting, and people were playing at various levels. A lot in the 4s and 5s, and given what we knew about the game back then, that's very strong. I mentioned that Billy Horan had a score in the 3s in the first round, and Roger Lowe had a score in the 3s in the second round. I think if you'd asked many, many players, including Paul McGreal, they might have rated Roger Lowe as actually the best player back then. Another interesting story about the U.S. Invitational I may get back to. But the point I was trying to make here about PRs was one of the first round matchups at my invitational tournament was Paul McGreal versus Jersey Jim Pascoe, who might still have actually lived in Jersey. So he was still Jersey Jim as opposed to just Jim Pascoe. Jim's not young anymore, but he still plays very, very solid backgammon. And back in the early '80s, he was winning tournaments left, right, and center. He was a force to be reckoned with, not just physically. He's a bodybuilder, gym rat type, which, as one would expect in his spare time reading, yes, he could read. And in his spare time reading, Jim liked graduate level math books. So there's a seemingly contradiction. Who's this? This bodybuilder type guy who spends so much time in the gym. Well, he's not in the gym. What's he doing? He's reading math books, so advanced math books. So, we love you, Jim Pascoe. He got paired with McGreal in the opening round of my tournament, and it turned into I can play modern backgammon better than you can contest, which is both of them. I mean, Paul would rise to the bait immediately, and Jim would be starting there. It wouldn't be bait for him. That's the way he liked to play. They'd be, slotting points and getting checkers sent back and going crazy left, right, and center. Now, I was directing the tournament and running the tournament, so I wasn't playing in the tournament. But had I been, I wouldn't want to have played either one of those. There are other players in the field that I would much rather have played. And I played at roughly the same level as most of the players in the field back then. And the PRs, when I went back and ran the match a year or two ago or more, the PRs were all respectable except Pascoe versus McGreal, where they got into a voluntary look how cool I am match. And I think they came out playing at 9 and 10 or 10 and 11. And that was, I may have to go back and I've got the entire match. I may have to go back and pick out some good positions and just have a seminar showing crazy modern backgammon from 45 years ago, the other thing I was going to say, going back to the U.S. Invitational, I wish I had the sheet with the names on it around here, which I don't think I do without wandering off somewhere. 16 players, most of whom people who've been playing backgammon for any length of time will have heard from, sort of founding fathers, as it were. All very, very good, all very, very egotistical, and with good reason. They all put up lots of money to play, and they were all confident they could win. So, and these are all my buddies, so it's not like I'm some weirdo outsider. So I said, look, before we start, I'm really curious. So I passed out a sheet of paper to everybody and said, rank the top 3 people in order that you think are going to win this tournament. And I'll do it by secret ballot, so you don't have to confess who you're rooting for or who you're voting for. And everybody, I got 6. Everybody participated. They passed in their 16 chits, and me and one of my co-directors or assistants tallied them up. And they were weighted, so you got 3 points for a first place vote and 2 points for a second place vote and 1 point for a third place vote. The winner by a mile had no first place votes, but almost everybody voted for him second place. It may be, I don't remember if you had to leave yourself out of the voting or not. I don't remember. Probably I did say that. So, um, who among this crowd was not considered the most likely to win, but was considered the second most likely to win by everybody? And the field included Paul McGrill and Jason Lester and Billy Horan, and I think Lee Ganud was in there. Malcolm Davis was in there. I just keep forgetting all the names. Didn't have Chuck Papazian, I don't think. Roger was in there. Well, whatever. The person who got all the second place votes, and then when the weighted average was tallied up, was Knack Ballard. So go figure. The finalists, and it was double elimination. The finalist was at the time, a guy who would occasionally win the shutout pool at a tournament where everybody made a side bet and pooled their personal money, and the first one of them that won a shutout won the pool. And these are like 15 and 17-point matches. But the winner of the winner's bracket, and he just went through them like a hot knife through butter, was Sandy Lubetkin, who's still alive, having some issues in Houston, Texas. Doesn't play much plays no tournament backgammon anymore. And Mike Corbett, who I think came in second in the World Championship 10 or 15 years ago, and I knew from the late 70s. Very solid, very strong player. They played in the final. It was double elimination, but they didn't play two matches. It was like a 23-point final, but the winner of the winner's bracket got like a 4-point head start. If you look it up in some of the old Chicago Point newsletters or whatever, it'll have the details. I don't remember them. And Corbett took the 4-point deficit or whatever it was, laughed at it, and beat Sandy. So there's a little bit of history filling the time. Now looks like we've got score sheets being put in place. Are we going to get? I see. We have a choice of baffle box or no baffle box. Is that the way it works? We've got dice cups and no baffle box at the moment. I sort of much prefer dice cups to baffle boxes because at least I know whose roll it is. With baffle boxes, the dice are always on the same side of the board as the baffle box. All right. Looks like we got everybody here. Very exciting. Round 5, 7-point match. I've forgotten. Well, it's still way too early to think who's the leader and who's the trailer or whatever. We're not even halfway through the 12 grueling rounds. Well, they're not really all that grueling. 7-point matches can go pretty quickly, as we have discovered. Popular in the U.S. and frankly in the U.K. are these multi-elimination tournaments where you play a whole bunch of 9-point matches and you're still alive until you've lost 3 times. Those are fun. All right, here we go. Thomas Muir on the bottom, Marcus Reinhardt on the top. Looking confident, looking happy, wearing their headsets, listening to each other. They're both listening to this feed so they can hear everything I'm saying. Good luck, Thomas. Good luck, Marcus. Show us some good backgammon. And we're starting with this opening position. How in the world did we get here? Oh, I see. It's a one of these double hitty things. I was too busy babbling to see how the heck we got here. Somebody split and then somebody rolled. Well, maybe split and hit and then a double fives back. Is that what we've got here? And we've used two of our fives to hit on the bar to 10 hit. Well, that's 3 fives. All right, I can see on the Sage feed. He's used 3 fives to hit. He's looking at the 4th 5. It's actually a photo finish. So take your pick, either hit or build. It's I hate stripping the midpoint very early on, but maybe that must have been better than the second. Oh, this is nice. Just get in and run away. Standing tall and proud in the pocket on the 20-point looked like it was suicidal. Look, 6-1. You can't really make your bar point because it messes up the midpoint. And this is positionally what you want to do. 9-point, most underrated point in backgammon, at least compared to those of us who used to play many years ago. 9 points hugely strong. I mean, in lots of times, you'd almost rather have it than your bar point. I mean, and it's part of most of the primes you build early in the game. It's a great landing point to come in and build other points, and it is very strong against your opponent having checkers like on your 3-point. It just hems them in. And here we come in. We reluctantly but must give up our midpoint and smack them. It's a very even game. Yikes. Oh, we got a hit. Easy hit. Got to see it. That the midpoint is vacant this early in the game is unexpected. And a hit back. I love it. We got to make some more points, hit some more checkers, and play some serious backgammon. What do we got here? 4-3. Well, we can't hit anything. I think we just make the 20-point and go from there. Yeah, it's you kind of wish you could make a in the game of Go, incredibly strong game, and some backgammon players play Go very well, including Knack Ballard, if he ever wanted to come out and play. There are two Japanese words, sente and gote. Sente basically means a move which must be answered, and gote means a move which doesn't have to be answered. They're not quite the same as passive and aggressive, but it's similar. And Marcus had no sente moves to make, and so the best gote move was to anchor on the 20-point. Your opponent doesn't have to answer that move, but it improves your position considerably. Okay, 3-4 or 4-3. Looking for reasons not to play this, send 13-9. Oh, I like that. That's kind of fun, and it's actually close. Okay, he's going for half a 5-point rather than all of a 9-point. This is starting to get serious. Marcus is playing the 3-5 front game, and the 3-point is severely hemmed in by the 9-point that Thomas has built. So this is, the only problem with this whole position, the whole game for Thomas, is those darn 5 checkers stacked up on the 6-point. If he could just take 2 of those 5 and throw them randomly somewhere else on the board, his position would be much stronger. And perhaps, how much is it worth to deny Marcus his 5-point? As I think the 7-point you almost have to make. It's a place to land. It's a blocking point. You might as well have it. And there could be it takes away double 4s, which are blocked from the 20-point. Double 4s become, overrunning the play some. Oh, speak of the devil. Look how that would have worked the other way. He'd have hopped off that butterfly anchor in a heartbeat and probably kept going. But now he's forced to come too close. 1, 2. Oh, yeah, might as well make the 4-point. It's saying no, make the 2-point. Wow. Well, oh, I see. There's 5 men stacked on the 6. Yeah, I would have. This is a modest error, and I would have fallen for it also. Then the trick is, it's where all your other checkers that aren't involved in the play, and all those checkers stacked on the 6-point are just too many of them are out of play. Oh, here we go again. More double 4s, and this one is virtually forced, and it's sort of anybody's game. I guess Thomas must be winning, and that helped him a lot. The 3-5 back game isn't really a back game, and it's a front game, and it's a poorly timed front game. I mean, this is a bold attempt to win going forward, or if he fails to win going forward, to send some checkers back. I love this play. It's fun to make. Oh, look, and it's now he wants to cover and get out. Full front game. Oh, annoying. He's annoyed because he really wants to split his back checkers, but this is just oh, and look, the top play was not covering. I love it. Boy, you got to go slow. There's one of these F13 and develop your back checkers and example problems for the ages. You make a footnote. Anybody watching, go back and study that play carefully, and note that it was actually wrong to cover the 3-point. Now it didn't matter because Marcus has rolled very well since then. Well, I've been daydreaming. I need to drink more of my kombucha with mental clarity. Oh, we're thinking about doubling. Well, good idea. And now we'll go back to Woolsey's law. If you were doubled, would you take instantly? I don't think so. This must be it. Could it be possibly? It can't be too good because it can take a while to get those 3 checkers out from behind the broken 5 prime. But this looks like a very strong double. And if you change, I think it's a pass, and it's actually very, very close. If you change, I'll bet if you take 1 checker off of Thomas's 6-point and put it on his 8-point, that it would become a take. I think it's the problem is if he comes in, he doesn't have any options on how to play, and some of it might make it worse. This is very, very close. Okay, did he not double at all? Oh, wow. Well, I don't think that was anywhere near too good, was it? This could get too good. If it wasn't a double last turn, it may be too good now. We'll see if he keeps rolling. No, he thought it wasn't good enough. Okay, well this is bound to be a big pass now. That was a tough one. I thought Thomas was thinking about taking. The cube hadn't even been turned. Marcus took an extra roll, and then it became a big pass. May not have been that huge a double, but it was technically a double. 5-3, we've gotten boring with that. We went through, there was a period of time way back when, and my brain's too foggy to remember just what the time was, when it was unfashionable to make your 3-point. The 3-point was considered too deep in your home board. The 2-point with 6-4 was considered comical. Anybody who did that was clearly a rube and didn't know how to play backgammon. So there was a lot of experimentation with either 2 down with 5-3 or down and split. People didn't like to split with 2s because they were terrified that double 5s would do them in, but there was some splitting with 3s and 4s. All right, in any event, 6-3, play positionally, run away. I'm not sure what plan B is. So, I've always liked the out and down with 6x in the opening or very near the opening. I even get a short derisive chapter in one of Bill Roberti's books about how to play the opening in backgammon on how to play an opening 6-5, which I used to play 6 out and 5 down, which quite frankly makes perfect sense, although the bots don't particularly like it. And I got a whole chapter for the KG split, which is 6 out and 5 down. All right, meanwhile, we're just zipping around. I don't know if that was just me or whether it was the entire stream. Okay, this looks pretty. What are we looking at? Is this a 6-3? Oh, I see. This could be a race-based play. Which is better, clearing the 16-point or making the bar point? And my guess is it's race-based, and my guess is the race is, well, you can sort of tell by looking at the Sage feed. If the race was really good, this play is still the 7-point is a nifty point. It's a good blocking point and a good landing. And it cuts out some of the combination shots. It cuts out the runaway with 6-5. With a big lead in the race, it might have been right to clear the 16-point. If you're trailing in the race, then this play is automatic. Now back the other way. It's again, Marcus must be ahead in the race, or at least plausible in the race, because this is right by a modest amount. So, if you're heading the race, race. I don't know how to. I'm going to assume that the reevaluating on Sage Pro or whatever it is roughly comparable to XG. I don't know any difference one way or the other. For all I know, Sage Pro is a new version of XG. I just don't know the history of it. I didn't know it existed until this morning. All right, looking around back and forth. 24 to 21 is coming out on top because it positions that checker not just to escape, but to contest the outfield. It makes it, Thomas can't come home so easily now. That's it, and it can get away. And now unless you're way ahead in the race, you just point on him. And yeah, this is mega right. It's we got some 7s and 8s, wrong 8. And you're blocked from making your bar point, but you don't want to anyway. And I think you just 1, 2, 3, 4. That's all of them. Where's the cube in all this? In the center, but nobody's got anything. Now is it? Yeah, that God, it looks funny, but I guess you have to do it. It's just too dangerous to make the 5. But my goodness, if Marcus didn't have one of those homeboard points, I'd make the 5 because it gives you such a there's some word for that, beyond the rack, the orca, the something for your 3, 4, 5, and 6 points. It's just enormously powerful. And now we're just trying to slither out of there and see how we do in the race. And hard to attack that. Ooh, easy to run right by it though. 1, 2. Yeah, see this. If you're ahead in the race, you don't want the 11 point. If you're way ahead in the race, the 11 point is more of a problem, more of a liability than an asset. And if you're behind in the race, it's more of an asset than a liability. So we can basically tell what the race is by looking to see what Sage says the right play is. And here it says it's close. It's close with a slight preference to keep all the contact. So that tends to mean that Black's doing okay in the race. Actually, looks like the race is pretty close to me. There's 9 checkers there. 9. Yeah, it's somebody with the where's the button on Sage to show us the race, or is it up there somewhere and I can't see it? Performance rating, matches, this, that, the other thing. I don't see a race number. I'll drink some more kombucha for more mental clarity. Aha. Okay, where are we? There, simple play is for simple minds. There's another good saying. No offense to Thomas. I'm just saying that it makes it easier to play. Makes it easier to play the position going forward. But it is very, very close, and it's the closer the race is, the more confusing it's going to be. I mean, if you're up a few pips after the roll, then you probably want to be blocking your opponent. And if you're down a few pips, you definitely want to be blocking your opponent. The more pips you're up, the less you want to be blocking your opponent. And we're probably in a zone here that if we counted the race, we'd find that Thomas is up, but not by a lot. So he's waffling back and forth. Do I want to block him, or do I want to try to get home safely? Do I want to block him, or do I want to get him safely? Is holding an 11 point help me get home safely or hurt me from getting home safely? This is, I'm going to attack him next turn. Build up your board. And this is altogether a different game plan. This is, I'm not trying to race home past him. I'll show you how I'm going to get home safely. I'm going to get home safely by pointing on his head or attacking him and hitting him loose. And this is the both keep the contact but don't build the home board, which also comes in as third best, and by a fair margin third best. But it's really confusing. Look at this. He could run away, or can he run away? 5-2, 5-2. Could run away, but running away is not a good idea. So he must not be running into a good race. So if you're not ahead in the race, don't race. Is that where another Woolseyism? What's the machine saying? 8-3, 5-3. That's what he's doing. And assume the contact is in your favor or you're losing the race. And based on the bot analysis, and I'm not going to stop talking in order to try to count because I'd probably miscount anyway. Oh, this shouldn't be that hard to count if somebody wanted to take a minute and do it. And if you're playing, of course you do it. I mean, it's extremely important to know what the race is in a position like this, and then with that information informing your decision, decide what to do. All right, I like it. I love it. Here's the where's the analysis? How close to a pass was that? Take. It wasn't a. It was a pretty big take. Wow. One of the cool things about those positions, which non-experts don't quite grasp immediately, is that you got a handful of numbers which just blow your opponent away. You got some numbers that run by him. But if your opponent's intention is to hit loose if you can't do anything else good, then at worst, you're leaving your opponent an 11 or 13 number shot, which if he doesn't hit, he's dead or maybe getting gammoned. So if that's the worst you can have, it must be a strong double. And the only question is it a take or not? And that one was apparently a take. Look, I love this. Is this, here the people who spent a lot of time with the bots are going to discover what it says up there, and that's how popular hitting loose on the 3-point has become, which used to be verboten when I was young, and I was once young. Now the bots have shown us that hitting loose on the 3 in the opening is often best if you can't do anything better. We used to ridicule weak chess players, saying check, it might be mate, because you had no idea whether it was checkmate or not, or how much checking the king would, Potzer sees a check, takes a check, and that was also laughable. So if you come from that background into backgammon, then making these seemingly pointless hits in your home board looks silly. And we who came from a chess background were pre-programmed that, pointless attacking, or hitting loose made no sense. And it took a long time. In fact, it took for the bots to come along before hitting loose on your 3-point was even remotely considered. All right, now we're just in a 20-point holding game. Thomas has presumably whoa, that ends that. Thomas has presumably escaped all of his back checkers. Race doesn't look good, and that's not a big number. Well, count it up. But I would double this just based on the pip count. You get a little bit of extra take vig from the Woolsey good, bad, ugly, but I'm not sure there's enough here. Bingo. Yeah, you're at 78%, 21 and a fraction. It's sort of close. I'm a little surprised that there's a little teeny bit of gammon in there. I'm a little surprised that the 0.126 is as big as it is. For the human brain to sort this out exactly is tough. He's getting the pip count and then thinking about it. And he could, even though this upper, if he understands he's sitting there somewhere near 22% or 23%, he might take it, but it's not quite there. It's only 21% is not the same as 24. If you're used to messing with simple races and without any fancy formulas, the positions which are you're 15% down are going to fall into the 21 range, and where you're 12% down or 11% or 9% are going to fall into the 24 range. All right, here we go. Oh, double fours. I love double fours. It was, it's funny in the years gone by, we would jump on making both interior points here, and then the bots started doing things like this. And here, I don't even remember what XG says, but here Sage Pro said make the 2 points. I mean, as a youth, I'd make those 2 points in a heartbeat, and then if my opponent danced, double it. This one is um, going for slow, applying slow pressure and taking a position which is just solid all around. Meanwhile, we've got this annoying number to play, and 5-1. Well, we're not leaving the anchor. That's happening. If we, it's funny. If we hit loose with the 5, we have no ace. So either you hit on the 2. I don't know about giving up the 9-point. I'd keep the 9-point. I mean, you got the anchor on the 20-point. The pretty play by far is 13-8, 6-5. You got the safety of the 20-point. Your opponent's not about to prime you or close you out. It is. If you go watch my antique, I think it's still out there in the U.S. Backgammon Federation's channel. My little lesson on the artful codger. On the codger, it's American slang for old man. Might be British as well. The artful codger was about playing backgammon by sight rather than by calculating things and counting things. And the artful codger would have played down and slot in a heartbeat, which is that what he did? That's looks like what he did. Good for him. I like it. Artful codger is happy, and so was the bot. And ooh, yeah, I'd have trouble. Well, it's basically a photo. I'd have trouble stacking another checker on the 6-point there. Okay, now we're sort of into the washing machine, which is except for Thomas has no spare checkers. Marcus will send that blot round again. Now that neither one of them has any spare checkers, it's mostly wait for someone to roll convenient doubles. So build our board. Yeah, that's not. This is close. Okay, we play behind him, tempting him because we've got. Oh, that takes care of all that. This is unless we've got the race in bad shape, you just run around. Yeah, and it's not all that close, so must give you a good racing lead. And now we got to get the race counted correctly to see when we double. Thomas isn't doubling unless he disengages. Marcus doubles if he has a nice edge. It's not at all clear he has an edge. I mean, look at all those white checkers that are deep in his home board, whereas all the black checkers are in the middle of the outer board. Well, there's a bunch of pips and a 5 prime. This only pays 6-2, and we're still gonna analyze the position almost entirely on the race. I guess the contact at some point, smooth contact like this, favor Marcus. Certainly, if Marcus is trailing in the race, the contact is excellent because there's a danger that Thomas has to run with a 6 when he doesn't want to, or even a 5, or crunch in his home board. Thomas isn't about to be thinking about double, and Marcus has obviously already made up his mind. He knows the count, I presume, and is playing accordingly. If he gets to a point that he thinks he's far enough ahead in the race, he's going to cube. Or if Thomas's board starts going to heck, if Thomas's board gets even more crunch than it is, then Marcus starts releasing the 7-point. Building his 2-point, releasing the 7-point or the 8-point, and to build more points and to make it easier to trap his opponent. Okay. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. And the worse the race is, the more you want to make the ace run to the ace point, the better the race is, the more you want to clear something. If your race is really good, might it be right to clear the 10 instead of the 8? based on the analysis I'm looking at, I'll bet the race isn't that great. And I think you want to save a 6. So keeping that guy in the outfield's a good idea. And 6, what? Yeah, this is sort of what I was talking about before. Keep the outer blocking points and build. Oh, that's the end of that. That may be all she wrote. We roll well to have a take. I don't think that cuts it. I think we just got the double pass. Don't need to count the race. We'll see if we can get a hint here. This isn't. Yeah, that was no close. Not close. Wait, how's our match score doing? Have they scored that up yet? I wasn't watching. I'll assume they did. If the score is correct, it's fun. Both have an even number to go, and Thomas is within 4. I know whenever I'm in 4, I'm looking for a way to end it, be done with it. So, if I got a position with some gammon threats, make him take and risk the whole match rather than give me a point. Well, sweep or point. In the good old days, we'd point, and in the modern era, they tend to sweep. And the answer, according to Mr. Sage, Ms. Sage, Sage, is sweep. Okay, we know the pros and cons. It's amazing, even though you're doing yourself. Well, here this could turn into a blitz. So once you've got even one extra home board point made, it could turn into a blitz. It's nice to have another checker in there somewhere. I mean, I'll tell you what, if there was a 5th checker on the 6 point, I'll bet blitzing would be the order of the day. This I'm not too keen on. This is just sort of saying, okay, hit me, without really threatening anything in return. I think, it's sort of funny. If he could play that play and not play the 1, I'll bet it would rank higher than playing the 6 out and playing the 1 to the 23. You want them connected by 6s, and you want the 1 backing up the slotted bar point not to be subject to attack himself. So I think this is thematically a little off. This is sort of a fine tuning, but it's so much better to have that major split connected by 6 as opposed to 5. I mean, 6 is the number you dance on. Well, here we can do lots of things, and it may well be to ignore all those hits and just go forward, which he just did. How close was that? It zipped by so quickly. Well, this looks reasonable. I don't know about that. That looks a little funny. Well, there's 6 to 4 twice is actually very, very close. I think very close. Has it taken the lead? Well, it's tied, but taken the lead in the thousandths column. Now this is no longer close. A 3 for a great game, a non-3, and staying out with 1 for a not so great game. Ooh, everything in one roll. Wow, where's the cube? Who's on first? The 18 point. I don't see this. This has got to be a double. And it's funny. Yeah, we can cheat a little bit and see what the bot thinks. The bot thinks you anchor then take, and if you don't anchor, you can barely take. If it thought you were going to pass it, that minus 0.934 number over on the right would be minus 1.000. This is a mega double, particularly at this match score where this is a one-way gammon. I mean, Marcus has the anchor on the 18 point. Even if his blitz goes wrong, he's not getting gammoned. Whereas the reason Thomas should anchor is to dodge gammon. So the reason he's thinking about it is he's trying to decide, am I going to get doubled no matter which play I make? And I think the answer is yes, for sure. And can I take, what he's stewing about here and looking not too happy of it? Am I really going to make myself take this? My guess is he's decided that leaving them split is probably a pass, although it isn't, but it's close. Whereas leaving them anchored gives them a take. We'll see. Yeah, that's it. They ultimately, for all that thinking, it gave us a chance to think it out, and it was a big double and a take. And sitting right around 70-30. I mean, it's sort of amazing that Thomas actually has 30%, and much of that comes from, by the way, catching Marcus stuck on the 18 point, not being able to leave. If Marcus has to leave with one checker from the 18 point, then he can get counter primed, and Thomas never has to advance his back checkers because Marcus's blockade starts to break. And 4-2's certainly not good enough to consider abandoning the 18 point. The trick will come very soon. If Marcus rolls something like a 5-3 or a 5-4, will it be right to wrong player? Will it be? And this looks pretty easy. Just slot that. Will it be right to come off the 18 or start making? Like, here we go. He doesn't even think about it. He's ready. And he is. Oh, it's close. Advanced analysis disappeared. He was ready, but it was apparently slightly wrong. And now he got hit and punished. Ace in, 3 cover. Okay, we got prime versus prime. We can make a full prime. Oh no! What in the world is that? This does nothing. Look at this. Look at the neat play. Smite him. Oh, I love it. You got to think a while to find that. Wow. Look at that. This is bot analysis. It's too close to call, but the checkers into your home board safely, like 8-3, 7-5. Look at that. That's a whopper. This is a good hidden whoppers problem, because the play that most beginners would make, which he's showing us the right play by a little teeny bit. Nobody gets penalized in my mind for bringing 2 off the midpoint versus hitting. The trick is that I think you'll find most intermediate players or lower, even weaker level open players, are going to make the safe play. I mean, human nature is to make 8-3, 7-5, and it's just it's just terrible. So, I mean, honestly, the way I grew up, so to speak, this is the natural play. The checker on your 7 point isn't a blot. It's a killer blot. It's not just a target. It's doing some good. And look at this, sorting this out and getting this right, where the play is really too close to call, is either genius or a real good guess. And it's not clear that there's much of a difference between the two. He's shown us for sure he sees the problem, and this is the more natural human play. And look, the fact that we got the match scores involved. The match score is going to keep us from what might be a very good double at a different score is going to be very dangerous to double at this score. And he didn't even think about it. And he rolled it's not what he was dreaming of. He was dreaming of priming, but this will work okay. We got 1s and 5s to split in the back. We can't play 6s. 3-2 is terrible. Don't leave yourself a 5. Yeah. Do that, whatever that is. You want your 5 to get out. You don't got to worry about crunching your board with a 5, because your 5 you're going to run. In fact, you want a 5 more than you want to cover the blot. So like 4-1, 4-1 you can cover and split. Ooh, 5-1. be tickled pink with the 5. And yeah, made the 1 also. Now we can scoop up that second blot, and the match is over. So let's get in. You got to get in and fight back. Ooh, 4s and 6s and 2s to escape or cover, 2s and 4s to cover. It's a 5. What? And a glare. 5 and a glare. If that was an even number, we'd have seen it by now. Or is that a 4 and a glare? Looks like a 5 to me. Oh, is it double 5s? 1, 2. Yeah, it's double 5. No, that was 8. Is it a 5-3? Must have been a 5-3. Get in. Very much alive if you just get in. No. Oh, now everything is working. 6s to hit. Another 5-3. And we're running out. Thomas, we are running out. Or we start at the beginning. No, you're not doing that. You definitely got. I mean, you definitely have to make this. Now hit any hit. Yeah, A6. Oh my goodness, it can do it. Any number of things can be done here. Running out seems to make the most sense. The double hit. We're not desperate enough to double hit, although boy, we'd like to. But getting out of dodge, leaving whatever that is, 6 return shots. That's got to be the way to go. If you hit, you get hit back. You've just gone from winning a potential gammon to losing. Like that. Oh dear. All right, where we get in quickly and we can play. The longer you wait, the worse it gets. Now we've got, we want to get out with a 6, but with a little oh, this is bad. This is bad. Look, double 1s. Oh, double 1s, he can just handle it. So there's no crack number yet. Now there's lots of crack numbers. 5s and 4s and 3s are all blocked. Any combination of 5s and 4s and 3s, except for 4-3, cracks his home board. Kind of lean at ace. 6-4 dances out. Okay, now the trick is, can we win the match here and now by winning a gammon? And to do that, you really want to pick up that other blot. I think you leave a double shot to try to catch it. Your game is basically won. The trick is the gammons. Look at there was the analysis there showing something about gammons last turn. This was right. 14 right. Now we can't hit him, and maybe we just leave him there at this point. Yeah, this looks a little funny. I think we may want to get enough gammons just by running past them. Yeah, it's not close. And we're gonna. The trick is we're getting a fair number of gammons anyway. I mean, look, the first thing to look at is, see, this has inherent risk, and the risk is very real. If you're hit, you're in big trouble. And well, he's doing the right thing to think and sort it out. And the first thing I do here is count crossovers for black to get off the gammon. 1, 2, 3, 4 to get home from the bar. Then another long 2 from the guy in the 18. That's 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 to get them all in, 12 to get one off, and you're going to be stuck on the bar for a while. Oopsie daisy. 1, 2, 3. This must be just safe is as safe does. The checker off doesn't mean much. All right, now nothing leaves a shot. The question is, are we eager to? Yeah, you can do a 2 and a 4 off. My count of 12 means we got to get in and run fast to make this close. We can't waste any crossovers, and Thomas can't roll doubles for Marcus to save the gammon. That's already one crossover down, and he was in trouble to begin with, and it's not very many pips. So barring a miss, Thomas is off in 5, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we need a doubles with no misses. 5. I wouldn't waste any pips just yet. I mean, there's been some work done. See Art Benjamin, see other people of when you waste pips when the crossovers are the same, or when you waste pips when the crossovers are the same to bring a checker in. Okay, no. Ooh, there's a nice big number. Stack them up. We're going to come down momentarily to figuring out which doubles we need to win. We got to get off in 2. Ooh, yeah, throw that away. Much bigger than that. Oh, no. Well, come in with a 2. And that's 1, 2, 5s or 6s? 5s. Boom. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. By the way, we could sort of count all that out, going back to where he was thinking about how to play the 3-2. Did we see any performance? Oh, there was pretty clear difference there. Which side was which? That's gone. And those performances aren't entirely reliable anyway. All right, let me go back and, well, it might take them a minute to score that up. Another match from UBC round 5. Don't know about that. We might be up to round 6, or maybe there's still some laggards out there. Mm-hmm. Going for round 6. It ends quickly. Maybe we'll get more than one. I don't know how fast they update. Here, backgammon data, loading data. I should have given another minute or two. 22 players are registered. They're playing. What's happening over here? I can't, it's hard to tell. Leading. Oh, I see MP. It must be matches played. That's what that column is. Points and matches won. Oh, okay. And PR won. All right. It's all up here. You just have to know which column is which. A whole bunch of little single digit numbers boggles my brain. Okay. Matches played. We'll see who's leading in points and who's got here. The top point leaders, which are Paul Moulton, Tanner, and Oliver Squire, all have 5. But Oliver Squire has played 5 matches to get 5 points, whereas Tanner has played 4 matches to get 5 points, and Paul has played 4 matches to get 5 points, and Oliver is playing at a 1.16. So he's played 5 matches and lost 4 of them, but he's obviously won. PR won 1. That doesn't make any sense. I'm not quite sure what these numbers mean. Oliver Squires won. He's playing at a 1.16. MW matches 1, 4. PRW is 1. I don't get it. He has not been outplayed 4 of the 5 times. I don't believe that. Or maybe he has. Wow. The 1 play. A little bit confused. All right, let me look around here and see. Let me update it again. I don't know how quickly they're updating everything. Well, let's see if the match who did we just watch? Let's see if the match we just played is tallied in here. Okay, there's a match that between Mateus Roos and Fernando Newmark shows as upcoming. There's some more upcomings. So maybe. Yeah, maybe PR pending. I think they got it updated. So there's still some match 5s which aren't finished. But my bet is they've all started. Let me see if anything's popped up here telling us who's coming next when I come back. No, it still shows. And they're just round 6. I guess we're waiting to see who's done what to whom. Thomas and Marcus. Does it say anything back at my other place about Thomas and Marcus? Played 5. Here, Marcus's PR is 3.2 so far, but he's 3.4, 3.3. He's only got 2 points. That's not good. Yeah. Yeah, we got to wait and see. Who might we get? Oh, we could watch Jorgen Granstedt and Abdullah Barakat. That might be fun. A lot of these matches are fun. Or is that round 6? They're all blurred. They're all long string of numbers. I gotta see if I don't know how long it would take me to find the conditions of contest. Let me see if I can see how they go after, how they play when they get it down to 8, how they play it. Let's see if I look under UBC Stockholm. What is the UB who can enter? How the tournament works. Each player plays 12 preliminary matches, split equally. There we go. Across days 1 and 2, 1 point for a match win, 1 point for lower PR. After all 12 rounds, the 6 players with total points advance to the knockout stage, while the two best remaining PR averages earn wildcard spots, making 8 qualifiers in total. Then the knockout stage, which presumably begins the day after tomorrow, top 8 players qualifiers are seeded by their PR average. Okay, so there you can get higher. You can sneak in as a wild card, but if your PR is really good, have a higher seed for all the good the seeding does. From the preliminary phase and placed into a standard bracket. 1 plays 8, 2 plays 7, blah, blah, blah. Each quarterfinal and semifinal is played as up to four. First player to reach 5 points, 1 per win and 1 per PR, advances. If the score is tied 4-4 after 4 matches, the winner is decided by average PR across those 4 matches. Okay, that's and then from there, the final is played as up to 5 7-point matches. You need 6 points. Okay, that's exciting. After we've qualified 8 people, the bracket's made based on their PRs, not by their win-loss points and total points. And then they play first to 5 points to advance from that. And then in the final, they play first to 6 points, with the ties being broken by average PR. Let's see. If both players finish in the same total, the tiebreaker is match wins in the final, not PR average. Oh, so confusing. Final is scheduled at a time agreed between the finalists and the tournament director. Okay, we've blathered on about that a bunch. Let me see if I can find my way back to where the no, that's not where I want to be. Back up from there. Tournaments. Loading tournaments, and now go to US Stockholm contender, click on that, and that should give us, there's all our names again. I don't know if any of this is updated or not, because I don't know what it looked like before. We had 3 players with 5 points, still 3 players with 5 points, so either nobody else has 5 points or they haven't updated anything. And now getting back to the Miranda Moulton versus Caitlin Bakur. Very exciting. But when? We may have to wait a minute or two. I'll go look at strange things while we're waiting. Let's see what we've got going on. What do I know about what? Not learning much. Check this out. Sorry, guys. I don't even know if my microphone is muted or not. All right, well, let's check out what their scores are. Where's either one of them? These are, not sure how these are even lined up. No PRs in here for Caitlin Bakur. And Miranda Moulton, 5.67. Perfectly respectable PR, but in this company, it's an uphill fight. As all right, we await the action. How long we wait, I don't know. It's possible I should take a very short break because I've got nothing good to talk about for the moment, and I might even be muted. So I will come back. I will come back in a very short time. I don't want to be alone. Straight break. Still have a little leftover kombucha for mental clarity. I believe it's too late for that, but I'll do the best I can with what clarity I have remaining. We've got Miranda's young and very strong, so this will be fun to watch for me. And Big Cat is not nearly as young, but is extremely strong. So I think this is going to be for me everybody. It's like certainly closer to my grandchildren's age than my daughter's age. We're not going to age with Big Cat because at a certain point everybody's old, young doesn't matter. Looks like Miranda's on site, and I can't see any evidence of her opponent being anywhere, and we don't have the main feed on yet. So, I told Mate that I was good till about 8 o'clock Stockholm time. I could probably go a little over. This match starts soon. I'd like to get to the end of it, which might be very quickly, it might be very slow, but they got to get it going. So let me go back and check the data back in the data page, see what if anything's been updated. Now we can see. Speaking of Moulton's, Paul Moulton's got 6 points. So the scores that are in so far, he's got 6 points. Squire, I think, still has 5. Nothing may have changed there. Tanner Raleigh, 5. That's it. That's as far as they've been updated. I'm not sure how many PRs have been updated. That takes a little while. We can't expect that to be here immediately. In fact, there's plenty of PRs pending going back to the very beginning. So it'll be a while before we have all the. We've got far less than half the PRs. We've barely got a dabbling of the PRs. So and I'm not certain if they update the win-loss immediately or not. So we can wait and see. This will be quite likely not the final match of the day. It'll be the final match of the day for me. But we're in the final round of the day. I don't think it seems fairly apparent they're not waiting for every match to finish and then starting the next one. I think players are available. The draw having been predetermined, when both players are available, I think if you go to the back-end data page, you can see the draw for. Let me see how many I'm there. This is at backenddata.com. You got to fiddle around a little, go to tournaments and then UBC contender, and then you get all this stuff. We scroll down. There's pairings for round 7. There's pairings for. Say it, just pairings after pairings after pairings. I assume that's for all the rounds, but they're not round 7 is the last one labeled, but maybe after round 7 they do pairings based on results to try to get the leaders playing the leaders to pin it down. That I could not find in the little bit of information which is available on backgammon.com's website. If you wade your way through, you can see conditions of contest. See now who's played, who as they update it. You can see the total points, PR, but it's sparse information. It takes a while. Apparently for the PR, it takes quite a while. So I don't know A, when they'll have the information, and B, once they have the information, how quickly it's put on the website. But more power to them for getting it up there at all. It's convenient. And it is somewhat time-consuming, the transcribing and PR analysis. I've just learned about this bot, new to me bot, and I've never used it, so I can't say how hard it is. I've done a matches you have commentated on. I go back, particularly if I think it's been a fun match, will listen to it while transcribing it into XG, including listening to what I had to say. If anybody's getting the best lessons coming out of that are for the person who's done the commentary or doing the transcribing or both. Particularly if you do it fairly quickly, because you can remember, even as a spectator, go back and do the as a self lesson or a self lesson from XG. Go back and transcribe the match yourself. You'll remember what you were thinking. You'll hear whoever the commentator is saying, and then you'll see instantly what XG thinks about the various plays. And you pause. I just pause between games, and you can even run rollouts and things to get bigger detail. Miranda's getting bored and is leaving, and we have to try to find her opponent or complain to the tournament director. And I'm ready for action. I want to see both of these players play. Practicing with the dice. Maybe your opponent is there and we can't see him. What's happening? Okay, enough of that. I'm leaving now. Oh, as I was sitting there, back over my shoulder, over one side you see the yellow Backgammon mit den Champions, the German translation of some of the series of backgammon matches I annotated 45 years ago. You know, and over the other shoulder, sort of fun, is the finals of this UBC championship will be held in Prague against the outstanding Czech superstar, the man with too many Zs. And I, 26 years ago, went to Prague to play in the Czech Open Backgammon Championship being run by two-time world champion Michael Myberg. I mean, how often do you find a two-time world champion as the director of a tournament? And I ended up playing, at the time, the young German superstar, now the old German superstar, Johannes Leberman, in the finals on closed circuit TV, commentated by Paul McGreal, which was a real treat back then. Not every tournament had closed circuit commentary. It was the technology was vastly different than today. Setting up the cameras to do the work, and it was a big, expensive problem. And that was a hoot. And that trophy over my shoulder is the winner's trophy. So congratulations to a much younger me. I keep looking over and seeing action on the board, except for it's Miranda practicing. Good for her. Ready to go. It seems old and quaint and silly, but Backgammon of the Champions was, what was this? It was, you couldn't see good backgammon players or see any evidence of good backgammon players or get any lessons from good backgammon players unless you went to a tournament and could physically get close enough to watch, and then either ask the players or find somebody who could explain what it was you were seeing. It simply wasn't done. And when I was first playing, there were very few people who even knew how or what methodology to use to be able to shorthand write down all the rolls and moves, the speed of backgammon match was being played. And just a handful of us sort of agreed on what kind of notation we use, which is the same notation being used today, and could write it down fast enough to follow through an analyze. And I started encouraging or paying helpers to transcribe matches, and then as I collected them, I wrote them up. All of the computers weren't anything like today, just totally unrecognizable. The screen of a computer was looking like looking at a crude typewriter. No color, no pictures, just type. And the type All right, enough of that. Here's Big Cat, ready to try to pick on young Miranda, and waiting for action to begin. Last match. So it's just Miranda playing herself and resetting up after practicing to make sure she was ready. Probably looked up some of Catalan's former matches. At least one very strong backgammon player from the old days, I learned much later, had made a point not just of recording and collecting matches, not on a computer, there'd be actual physical printouts of them. They've been recorded and then either entered into a computer or literally just typed up. Would bring literally a box full of paper printed out matches to tournaments he went to, and then see who he was going to play and play through their matches before any of their matches he happened to have in his collection before it began. And he shall remain anonymous, even though his nickname is Sly. And he said it did him some good. And he was top player of the day. Let's go. I'm ready. There we go. If the man behind the curtain can get me the big screen, which I assume is coming soon, so I can actually see everything and see the dice, that would be nice. So we're using a different baffle box, a baffle tower, we'll call it. And here goes the display, so I can actually see. Bingo! In action. 4-2, 6-4. Way we go. It's be interesting to see how many of the things that I see that I think I don't even remember what XG does. I know what I do. Everything up. Pause. What's happened? Somebody's dropped a dot. Missing checker. Missing dice. What's happening? Here we go. Is this 4-3 a live valid roll? And clock's on the wrong side. Baffle box is on the wrong side. Now we don't make it into the score. We got to keep track of the score, but we're getting very good at that. Somebody may come and move the score off to the side, or they may not. And if this is a 5-4, we change direction. I don't even know. If this is a 5-4 for Miranda, it's good. Whether it's the right play or not, it's good not to just instantly pick up the checker from the 14 point and put it on the 13. It's also probably good not to necessarily immediately pick up the checker and hit, although I think hit is correct. And if in fact that's the whole, if none of the roll has been played yet, other than the ace to hit, then I would actually play. Aggressive. Hit. I think I would play off. I'd unstack the midpoint, try to get all my checkers in play. Stepping up has a slight advantage in it. Reason to do it is that it's sort of duplicating the fives, so you get a little bit better chance to step up. But I think the natural hit and down, which she's looking at good choices, did not fall for the trap of immediately putting up that blot. That blot's doing some good out there. Both players have all their checkers in play, and I hit again. There are a lot of other options, a lot of other attractive-looking plays, but I think that's a quote from the great Mike Wood from years ago. He wrote in something. He wrote some articles he wrote that backgammon is primarily a game of aggression. The more aggressive player usually wins. And I think, as a general statement, it's true. You do better with attacking plays and defending plays as a general rule, but not necessarily in every situation. Now we is that a 3-4? 4 is awkward. The 4 doesn't play well anywhere. I guess you have to play the 4. Oh, it's 4-5. Oh, that's nice. That's pretty straightforward. And now probably, well, he can't. I was going to say he'll probably attack, but there is no legal hit, no matter how you twist it. You can't even break up your board to attack. So two separate blots back there are immune. Here's a little bit of duplication stuff. I'm not sure I'm buying it. I think if I'd run, I'd have run all the way, but not a big deal. And now back this way. Yeah, I think a simple play is called for here. Short cat named cat, but I think tightening up in the back makes sense to me. I think it's important here not to make an aggressive play, but to make a passive play. And I think the best passive play is actually to make the anchor. There's no cat doesn't have his 7 or 8 or 9 point yet. So being anchored so you can't be attacked, all the while aiming at the outfield, I think that's the right path to take. I think it's right by a fair margin, actually. The analysis is basically saying the same thing. And if you're not gonna to play the conservative safe play, then this is the next choice. But it's pretty far. This looks much better. If you're just looking at your checkers and not where your opponent's checkers are, this is clearly right place to make the 7 point. Once you put your opponent's checkers on the board and realize what the dangers are, yeah, okay, all right, we made the pretty play, and good for her. Now the question is how much does cat play carefully versus attacking? And it's not clear to me that there could be a double bubbling here. I mean, the first play that popped into my, see, I think he played the 5 too far. What's the analysis? Oh, the analysis had it basically close to tie. I did not the other way around. He played the 5 first and then hit the 3, although knows what was in his brain. I might have played the 3 first and looked for a 5 and maybe come up with a double bubble and maybe or double tag or whatever they call it, and maybe not. Miranda's gotten plenty of counterplay for her less safe play. And again, well, there is a hit. Do not overlook the hit. You can run or you can hit, two very different plans. Looks like the brief, yeah, and they're very close at this level with running getting a slight nod. Congrats to Cat for getting it right so fast. I'd have thought about it longer, but then I thought about everything longer, and it gets longer with each passing month. For more of my lavender and moringa kombucha, which still advertises mental clarity. All right, what have we got now? We've got think about doubling. This doesn't look well, real good to think about it, but I'm not 100% certain which side is winning. I guess voice sounds very quiet now for some reason. My voice is very quiet because I didn't have my headset on. The microphone was on the floor. My apologies to everybody for the last 10 minutes of quiet talk. Thank you for whoever sent me a text. I hope you could hear everything, even though it was quiet because the microphone wasn't here. It was down there. My apologies. I was eating my lunch during the break and forgot to put the headset back on. All right, this is real good to take the time to see. There's lots of blots. There's aces and 3s hit. That's 20 hit numbers. There's 3 blots out there. Plus there's 8s and 10s and 12s and 14s all hit. But you kind of got to do it all at once and clean it up. So I think it's right to think about doubling. That's certainly the aggressive play. But it's too early. You got to okay, good. I mean, look, yes, it's wrong, and the computer says it's wrong. But I tell anybody who will listen that's a student or trying to learn or is uncertain that I'd rather see people doubling too early than too late that are starting to play expert backgammon, and she's certainly playing expert backgammon. So I love it. No fear, not playing afraid, and playing aggressively, all and acting with the cube that way. Now all of a sudden she's got a real strong double, and maybe had lost her market. So everything, and she gets the back checker into play. There's 2 blots up. There's soon going to be 3. That's great to get both in. Now she can hit in the outfield, hit in the infield. It's still got to clean a little more up. I'd really like to make that make that 4-point. There you go. Roll the number you need. Aim it. It does help, not just as a commentator but a player. And I'm commentating as I think, as though I were playing both sides. It does help to think, what am I trying to do? And then look at the dice and see if they help what I'm trying to do. And if they don't, then try to find other plans. If I look at the dice and then trying to figure out what to do with the dice, I may have missed the thread. And what have we got? Well, yeah, okay. It's the this is okay. Give it a shot. There's a lot of counterattacking, but Cat's behind a 5 prime. But this can see, the problem is this can clean up. This can clean up very quickly and become extremely threatening. I like I mean, he's hesitating because he's thinking about making that point, but I think getting everybody into the outfield. Oh, look at this. We can, everything goes smoothly. Everything goes smoothly, and there's even a 4th one. Now, tidy things. Ooh, too much tidying. 1. Yeah, be careful. Might be right to leave that there. 2. Oh, I see what he can do. 3, and then cover the 8-point. That's the clever ace-plication. Well, it's ace-plication for yourself, though. I think you want the 8-point, so I think that's okay. There were other things to look at. I didn't even see what the analysis liked. And 3-3 does what exactly? Probably points. There's no other good thing to say. There's a blot there on the midpoint to pick up. And your opponent can. You don't want your opponent moving, particularly if you're coming too close. I think this is a good play. Put your opponent up on the roof against a 4-point board, or if he comes in with an ace. Now I guess you safety the odd blot, but it's also tempting to step up. Problem with stepping up is at 3s and 4s and aces and 10s. That might be the double match point play, but probably isn't the right play at this score. The stepping up with a 2. All right, now wake up a little bit here. You don't want to do that. You can hit on. She doesn't see it. You can hit on the midpoint, and I don't think she clearly doesn't see it. She's forgotten there's and I know from there we go. I know from experience. Once you don't see something, it's real hard to correct your own typo. Once you don't see something, that's why other people proofread your backgammon books. I'm a volunteer proofreader because I get an early look at what's going on for a lot of Bill Roberti's books. This is great. This can put you completely in charge if you get away with it, and you did not. It's 1-5 and 3-5 were the only hit numbers. We have return shots. Is that nestled in there? It doesn't count. Ooh, 4 up was good, but the rest was terrible. Now, I would not like being doubled here, which means this should be a double. So the only question is it a take? My goodness, it's there's even some argument. It's hard to gammon that anchor on the 3-point. So, yeah, I think if Cat's thinking about it, it's more, am I too good than am I not good enough? In my opinion, they're definitely, you can send the 4th man back. There's one, yeah, he's going for it. I think that's a this is too good play, as opposed to it's not good enough. Now, if she gets in at all, Well, he might take one more roll. He's got complete, and she should be playing as safe as she can play. Um, she's close to a take now is the problem. You know, I don't know what was in his head. Um, it's this analysis says double pass. It no longer looks anywhere near too good. The gammons went way, way down, and the winning chances went way down. So now this looks like a solid double, and it's close to a take. You know, he's immediately he kind of has to make the 2 point. He's immediately got too many checkers too far. I mean, this just looks like double pass. You know, to me, he may be counting out bad rolls, thinking if there's no really bad rolls, then it might be closer to too good that I'm giving it credit for, even though there's very little chance of a gammon. If on the other side of that, you can also very likely win by doubling next turn. I mean, either you got something like, he's taking a roll. Now I assume this is taking a roll because it's too good. The problem is he's just about walked into making it a take. The 4th point is a good thing to have if he does that. And leaving these combination shots is also reasonable. Wow. Okay. Yeah, we got a free shot to hit here. Free shot to hit. Ooh, 6 up, but with a 2, not with a 5 or a 4. You're certainly not going to come out with a 6, so you got to kind of play that. And I think shuffle there. That 7 to 5 get in to try to. There's some gammon saving going on with that one stupid little crossover. Another 5-4. Well, now we're gonna do this. I see. It's and do you want to pick up the blotter? Don't you? Maybe come all the way out. Yeah. Look, there's the analysis. It says come all the way out, although it's dead even whatever you do because you're going to get doubled. That's why why all that stuff is there. Coming out wins the most games. Probably gives you just enough equity. You might be able to take it at 22, almost 23%, but you get gammon too often, and now it's just a cash. I mean, can still win. There's some awkwardness clearing the midpoint and clearing the 8-point, but I think this falls into the category of Stick Rice's statement from a million years ago. 3-point games are almost always almost takes. So if you've got a 3-point game that looks to have a little bit of extra juice in it, take it. But if it's just sort of a normal little 3-point game, give it up. And I don't see any extra racing chances. Your home board's a little bit too far advanced already. So I think this counts as a not particularly great 3-point game. So I think it's almost, but not quite a take, which is, well, heartily agreed to by the bot. But, sorting it all out, even after 50 plus years of tournament play, not always easy. And you learn different things about the game. I mean, she's absolutely right that this is well worth thinking about. If she can crank into her head, the thing we're not allowed to talk about because people get upset, and that is if you think your opponent is considerably better than you, then your best chance maybe to make a slightly inferior technical play in order to gain a lot more volatility and make it more of a dice game. And certainly taking a cube on 4 with the possibility of turn it to 8, gives a chance to do that. Now, if you're simply trying to learn to play the best backgammon, you sort this out as best you can and then make that decision. There you go. She's going for it. Good for her. I'm not opposed entirely. And, I think Cat has to leave that combination shot and maybe step up with the 2 instead of down. They're basically the same play. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's some blocking value there. And how bad's the race? I mean, not terrible appears to be the answer. I mean, she's behind in the race, but this I think this play would maybe close. Well, what are the winning chances? Her winning chances 33% here if she makes this play. If that's true, then she'd have a take if she made this play. So maybe the contact is against her if she stays back. If she stays back, she's got let's see. She played all of it now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that all of it? She's played all of it back up to, yeah. If she stays back, she's got to squash checkers, and then Cat covers his ace point, and then she may have to come out anyway or can't get out. No, I think now she's look at the focus on her head and her face. She's counting the race, which is the right thing to do. And yeah, she'll find she's behind, but she's in it. And if she finds she's behind enough that she would take if the cube hadn't been turned, this is the play she'll make, and she does. Well done. Done. Now, little teeny. Okay, it's a little too big. There was a handful of numbers which didn't get past the blockade. Ooh, I liked a lot of pips, but that stupid thing twisted over to a 1. That cut her. She lost a pip on that exchange, and she lost the blocking value contact she had. Oh no, don't do that, Cat. That's taking all the fun out of it. Now it's going to require some much bigger rolling, and she's not yet concerned about any flute gammons. But 4-1's wedding. We got to get a 5s or a 6s or a sequence of 6s and 5s under our belt, but we haven't rolled an average number yet. Coming around the board rather than just focusing on getting in immediately. I think Miranda made right or wrong technically. If my 6s, if I roll double 6s and they all play to reasonable spots, then I'll make a pretty looking play. If some of my 6s slam a checker to my ace point or whatever, then I'll make the other play. And here 6s still play just fine. So smooth out your checkers on the higher points, but preferably with some much bigger rolls. We've dropped. Miranda's dropped from 30-some% chance to win down to single digits and sinking. It's Cat's rolled reasonably well, and she's rolled. She hasn't rolled more than 7 pips yet. I think maybe Cat once rolled fewer than 7 pips, and more often than not is rolling 9 or 10 or 16 or whatever. I mean, he's gone from 70% or 69% to win to 99% to win, or maybe 100 by now. Not quite 100. That might make it 100. It's not doing 3, 6, 9 checkers left. Oops. So there's apparently 4 off, 2-1, 4 off, 2. She can't. She's dead. Well, too bad. That was very exciting. And I tell you what, I bet if you go back and change the dice rolls, swap the dice rolls between the two players, she's changing direction now. Remember, you're going which direction you were going. All right, here we go. Hmm. 4-0 is just a flesh wound. Look for an opportunity. One game like that, you've turned it around, and double, and then on 2 win a gammon, and you're done. And I can hang around a little bit longer, maybe long enough to finish the match, but I'll tell you, not necessarily. Figure I'm good for 16 more minutes. All right. No, taking a break is not good for me. That kills my time, which may be good. People may have been tired of listening to me by now. 4-0. Who's memorized all the match equities and knows what's happening around here. 4-0. Remember your Neil's numbers, memorize what's happening. Somewhere around here, I've got a match equity table buried just so we see what things say. 4 to go, 7 to go. Oh, nice round, 70-30, which is not hardly desperation. Just, if the dice let you, play into a position that has gammon chances. Look more to build your home board than to build an anchor, but only when it's close. You don't want to just throw everything away in a mad fit of desperation. Anybody else sent me any interesting messages while I've been playing? Answer appears to be no. Clean that up. Maybe they sent me messages over here. Not quite done yet. It looks like she's back on the scene. Come on, guys. Let's see what's just out of curiosity, peek over and check the standings. Anything else significant has been maybe small amounts updated. I don't think a lot. It'll be more fun, by the time today is done, and by tomorrow I hope they'll have all the PRs and everything else in place, and we'll get to see what's going on. I've got to go away for a couple hours. I'm fairly certain everything will be done. Several hours. Everything will be done by the time I get back. But I'll be able to look and see what the results are and who's done what to whom. Come on back, everybody. Time's wasting. I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep. That looks like they're both back. Sure, I must have met Kat, although I don't remember exactly. I don't think I ever met Miranda. I play some in the UK. I've been at the last 4 in a row UK Opens, and have given lectures in 3 of them. So, and watched Art Benjamin at one. Art Benjamin in his, if you're joining me, okay, we're back to back, Gammon. No more Art Benjamin and his one-man show at Theater 555 in Manhattan. Tickets available now. Suitable for fun for the whole family. Mathematicians of all ages. Okay, we ran, we built a point, we've rolled double 3s. Wow. In the good old days, this was the play, but it's not the good old days. The computer does a lot more balancing acts now, and exactly how it balances is sometimes. Well, look, I like the fact that this particular bot seemed to like stepping up with 2 and making the 5 point. I'm not sure that's the same play XG makes, but they're all stepping up with 2 and then either making the 10 or making the 5 or even making the 3 are taken much more seriously by the bots than they used to be by the humans. This is a solid. Now look, there may even be some influence based on the match score for Cat, because the anchor on the 21 and this sort of Loch Ness monster formation in the front is strong. He's not going to get gammoned here unless he reaches out to touch someone and gives up his anchor. He's not going to get gammoned. Now he brings some more builders down, and this is problematic. There's some call for the beginner's play, and look, the beginner's play is a small margin right. The beginner's play being stack them all up on the 6 and get that back checker moving. I think she didn't look looked a little bit longer would have helped, because the game plan here for sure. I mean, Kat's clearly trying to prime her in, And before he gets that prime really go, see, look at this. If she had stepped up with the 2, that might have been a game-winning or nearly game-winning shot. But instead, she's stuck back there. So stepping up to see daylight when you only have one checker back and when the tide is coming in is something that should register. That may just be a slight experience factor. Hopefully, someone will have her go back and look at the match, listen to the commentary, and maybe, well, these are all being transcribed anyway, so I assume they'll be available for anybody to see. But not just seeing the transcription, but hearing the analysis is a good educational thing for everyone. All right, here we go. Okay, this is that's not a blot, that's a builder. This is if you don't hit me, I'm going to hit you. You know, McGreal once quoted plays like this as your opponent strikes first, but you strike back with lethal force for general positions. Could this be? Yeah, not even at this match score. The problem is if you don't hit it, you got a problem, and if you do hit it, you haven't you haven't done anything because you still got to get home, and there's a blot in your home board. So she's a favorite, but she's not going to win too many gammons, I don't think, and things can go badly wrong very quickly. Well, okay, I think that's again. I want to see someone doubling too much, someone who's coming up, and she's clearly coming up. I want to see them double too much as opposed to too little. I think even among experts, they don't double, and the not quite grandmaster level players, average open players, simply don't double enough. And so if you're doubling too much as you're getting into the ranks of very good players, that's going to serve you well. It's not going to be something you have to learn to do. You just learn to rein it back in a little bit. You know, the natural instinct for attacking is good. All right, how's my time? I still have a bit of time left, but not a lot. Okay, we're basically now racing, and yeah, I don't know. Maybe get off the midpoint while there's still a blot on your opponent's 5 point. I didn't see what the computer said there, but that's what I would say. And now we're just in a race, and it looks like, well, it looks fairly close, but like, ooh, that's not good. Looks fairly close, but I think Cat's ahead. Oh, now Cat's look at that. Did he? Yeah, no, that was all good. He's opened up a big lead. Now he can't, he's got to get to some monstrous advantage. Well, this is for the whole match. Is she within the few percent that she needs to take that? No, she wasn't. She wasn't. Where's her, 1 away, 7 away? She's got to be around 9%. Didn't have it there. If I've got the score right, I think it's that 0 on the right is a 6, and that arc on the top is the 0. All right, assuming the score in fact is 6-0, there's neither side need worry about a gammon, so they're both just playing to try to make the best play to win, and don't give up. I mean, a 9 or 10% chance of winning if all other things are being equal is a lot better than no chance. Okay. I'm not sure about that. I might actually go the other way. The analysis we'll see later. Ooh, that's a nice shot. Oh, that's a master blaster shot. That's probably even better than double ones. Oh, and dancing. Come on, Miranda, you got to wake up now. Don't be discouraged. Start rolling. Oh no! Oh, this is horrible. This is horrible. Throw in the towel. Someone throw in the towel. 2 or 4. 2 4s, 2 of them, and point on him. Yeah, wipe that smirk off his face. Go dance. 5-3 doesn't go anywhere. Gets that one safe, but no big deal. Now it's probably right to hit with a 3 unless you can do something better. Spread your. Oh, this is better. Make the 9 point. 9 blocks 3. Yeah, make the 9 point. You don't make the 2 point. Make the 9 point. Bring everybody in. Now I may be wrong. Watch well, hopefully the analysis will say I'm wrong. Where is the analysis? It's gone. He ran away. And what's happening? Don't roll a 3 is what's happening. It turns. Okay, low even ones. There's a 4. Ooh, now do we bring a builder or do we smite? Well, she smote and she smote quickly. We've run ahead of the transcriber. Oh, look, there's the 13-9 twice, was marginally, demonstrably better than making the 2-point back then. Not a whopper or anything, but a solid error. Okay, building a little bit of a prime. Now you want something like an ace-6 to get stuck back there. No, 3 barely has an ace to play. Now we need Cat to roll double ones next turn. See how he likes that. We got in good. I think boy, it feels right. I kind of like the checkers spread out. But who knows? This looks a little, yeah. Now watch the double ones come. Any other nightmares in there? Double ones, just so cool here. You think everything's nice and smooth and flexible, then you roll double ones. There goes your 6-point. All right, this is the play. Oh, it was the total photo finish, which play to make, and double ones was not rolled, although it's still in there. And now, it's not entirely clear that spare checker shouldn't have poked its nose out. Was this a 7? I can hit a 7. I've hit lots of 7s. I know 7, and that's no 7. Oh, all right. Try to build our 5-point. Good. Get all the builders ready. We're going to have, I don't think we have any ugly chances here for winning the race. We've certainly got direct shot and indirect shot possibilities. And again, it's well, not quite. If this game, if Miranda wins this game, I'm going to have to run. So we'll root for that. Oh, and there's a hit. There's a hit. No 3. Do not roll a 3. Oh no, he's cruel. She's had chance after chance, and they all blow up. 4. No. Oh yeah, good to reach for it, but bad that it stayed out. Ooh, forced to spread them out. There's no choice here. Double 4s hits. We can hit with double 4s. And again, right to think about it. She reaches to play, take them in. Oh dear me. Yeah. I like that. Spread them all out. Try to get them home while she's on the bar, and double 4s don't hit. Still sprinting for home. He's sprinting for home. Double 4s is still safe. Get them off get them off anywhere as long as it's not double 4s. This is get in quickly so we have a shot against the bar point. If you wait too long, then you want to stay out, so you might get a shot against the 3-point as he's bearing off. He's getting out of the way, so he doesn't have to leave any shots on the bar point. Double 5s don't play particularly well here, but clearing a 6-point early might be a good thing. Double 3s don't really hurt here. 4-3, 1 in. You got to roll a non-3, 2-1, both in. And now she's come in too fast. So now the only chance is to either hit one off the blot on the 6-point, or the blot on the 5-point. I'm actually inclined in these situations, if there's 0 chance of a shot next turn, then take the checkers off. So I think we're small things, but I think whenever the transcriber catches up, and he may be far behind, or it. I think if nothing leaves a shot next turn, go ahead and take a checker off, or smooth them out, or do whatever. Okay, she should be spreading them around, looking to build her 3-point or her 7, 8, 9 points. So really close in to make the 3-point. That's I think it's more important to get closer to the 3-point. Now, any good blocking point is good. Although if I can slot the 3, I will. That makes the 7, and that might be right. Because your best chances of shot is the very next roll. 6-2 leaves a shot plus double 6s, 5s, and 4s. So you want to be sure you're. Well, she's bringing builders around, which might be good. She's certainly set to. Oh, double 4s, 5s, or 6s, double 3s. He can handle. Now we're down to 6-1-5-1-4-1. That's all there is to it. Get ready. 1, 2. Yeah, I guess maybe 1 to the midpoint and 1 out. Spread them all over the board. Even if you don't make your point next turn, you'll be able to retain. Double 1s, okay, a reprieve. Now we can build our 3-point and then have our way. I don't know if there's going to be more commentary. I assume they'll probably have another match in here. Hopefully, Miranda will get lucky and win this game. But either way, I will be signing off and running away fast. So thanks, everybody, for listening there. It's over. I don't know if Mate is going to have another match. My guess is yes, but I won't be here. I appreciate being invited. I hope I helped you all enjoy it. And until next time, Ken Cool.
But you want to win so much. You have 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Play, you know, think about the movie. It doesn't matter, don't lose the 7.
Okay.
Ser du PR:n hela tiden eller? Hur var det där då?
Det kan jag berätta efteråt. I just need to look at that more before that. Yeah, yes, I'm sure. I can go it out.
No, well, it's not fine. It's fine. It's not. It was.
It's a mandatory life. Yes, you play level 6, I guess. Sorry, please.
This could be expensive.
Yeah, that was, I saw it, I don't think it was massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really bad. I mean, you really first we were rolling better and that. Then he more or less, not empty, but more or less, he had one shot in there. They needed to roll a 2-6 and he did. That was only a big number. But no. Det går på käken och det var jättegärna. Svårt att vinna. Det är innan. Det var en stängning. Det tar vi ner.
Får ta toaletten snabbt och kissa. Thanks for organising.
See you soon. Have a nice rest.
5-1.
En sekund bara.
Var det för fort?
På slutet är jag... Yes, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
I'll fix that soon. All the rounds. No, the video is the same as. Quite educated, 6.
Ja, men altså, det er sgu ikke fint.
Oh, you pressed. Sorry, I thought you. Sorry. Five, 3.
Yeah.
With some luck.
Ja, då. Ja. Spela sådär. Lite bättre på slutet. Är det motståndarna? Jag vet inte. De har 3-3 eller 4-2. Jag ligger i mitten någonstans. Idag är barn. Vårt schema. 6 stycken 7-poängare på raken utan paus. Precis. Ja, det är det.
Thank you. Well played. Jävla skitkub att ta vid 1-1 va?
I fell a little bit behind. Just give me a moment here. Yeah, it's very close.
Han är med. Mr. B är med. Alla är med.
Ja, fan.
Du får ha varit med.
Han är lite efter igen så jag håller på.
Då ligger vi under 3 eller?
Ja, det gör det.
Men den där kuben.
Gick det Johan? Känner du den där?
Nej, jag ångrar en kub. Okay, now yeah, but are we done now? Or we have to play tomorrow?
Jag ska ringa honom. Det är
Is this some kind of a ranking or what?
Nej, jag har knappt några euro.
Something's wrong with it. It keeps getting stuck.
Goa. David undrar om du har euro.
Ja.
Har inte jag, säger jag.
Ska du köpa?